All right. Hello, everyone. We are going to get started as people trickle in. Good morning and welcome to Baltimore City's Office of Information Technology, Office of Broadband and Digital Equity's second annual Digital Equity Forum. My name is Taylor Carter DeSanto, pronoun she, her, and I serve as the Deputy Director for Broadband and Digital Equity for the city. We have a really exciting program, and I just want to say that I'm super grateful to be sharing this space with all of you, all of the organizations that are on the ground doing the work to close the digital divide here in Baltimore City. To kick us off, we are going to hear a few words from our Chief Information Officer, Todd Carter.
So how's everyone today? There you go. There you go. So my name is Todd Carter. I'm the CIO for Baltimore City, and I want to thank you for joining us today for the second annual Digital Inclusion Week event. It's special time as it marks Digital Inclusion Week on a nationwide celebration of the work being done to close the digital divide. I'm honored to be here with so many of the dedicated leaders, advocates who share the vision of creating a more digitally inclusive world. That's all of you. Today's event brings us together around one core mission: ensuring everyone, no matter their background, has access to digital tools, skills, and opportunities they need to thrive. As technology continues to reshape every aspect of our lives, we're reminded that digital equity isn't just about having access to the internet or a device. It's about ensuring people can participate fully in society, whether it's through education, economic opportunities, healthcare, or staying connected with loved ones. The work each of you are doing is about bridging that gap and making sure no one is left behind. We put together an exciting program for you today. I want to take a couple moments just to share some of those highlights. First and foremost, we are thrilled to welcome our keynote speaker, Natalie S. Burke. Where's Natalie? There you go. Natalie is a recognized leader in health equity. Natalie's perspective on how digital inclusion intersects with health, education, and economic opportunity will be invaluable to our conversations today. I'm personally looking forward to hearing her insights and know she will inspire us all to think more deeply about how we can make a broader impact in the things that we do. In addition to Mrs. Burke's keynote, we are also privileged to have several esteemed speakers and panelists today. They'll dive into topics such as leveraging AI and emerging technology to bridge the digital divide, the role of the digital literacy in combating misinformation. And as we all know, during this election season, there's a whole lot of misinformation, right? And also, we'll dive into the topic of strategies for maintaining internet access for underserved communities, given a world without the Affordable Connectivity Program, ACP. That really put a dent in a number of families across not only Baltimore, but nationally. There's also a special ceremony to honor grant recipients for round 2 of Baltimore City's Digital Equity Fund, which supports the creation of community-led digital inclusion plans and provides for communities to bring those plans to life. If some of you came to our prior event when we did the Digital Equity Fund, it was really truly a good meeting of how do we help people who are helping others, and that's what the city is doing. So as we kick off today's forum, I want to set the tone by emphasizing 2 key themes. 1, learning. The second, action. It's what we learn, but more importantly, the action we take from what we learn. And I'm sure we're going to do all of that. So today is about gaining new insights, but it's also about leaving here with practical strategies you can take back to your organizations and communities. We're not just talking about digital equity. We're building an ecosystem to achieve it, and each of you play a critical role in that journey, and I want to say thank you. So, what will you walk away with today? You'll gain not only knowledge, but also a network of like-minded people who are committed to the cause. And I hope we can fill in some of these seats and start that networking process, like 1+1 = 2. Let's try to mingle in a way that we can forge those relationships and that we can benefit from this type of forum. So whether you're focused on digital literacy programs, advocating policy change, or developing technologies to serve underserved populations, this forum serves as a stepping stone to help you and your work to move forward. So finally, I want to thank all of you for your ongoing commitment to creating a digitally inclusive future. We do have the power to make real, lasting change, and that starts right here through ideas we share, the conversations we have, the actions we take when we leave. Again, learning and action. I'm excited for what lies ahead today, and I look forward to learning alongside with you. So let's make this day of inspiration, collaboration, and most importantly, action. And I'll take a step back and go off script a little bit, because this program here started several years ago, and we had different leadership. The team that we have today picked up this program and really delivered the goods. Whether it's the programs that help individuals, teams, communities such as yourselves to close the digital divide, or the infrastructure that allows the connectivity to occur, or the distribution of equipment. This team has really come together. And I will say this, just in looking at all of your faces here, you are all part of that team and that community. And this is the ecosystem that we have to grow. And so with that, I want to say thank you. And again, today's actions, learning and action, and building relationships that will keep that in the forefront of what we do on a day-to-day basis as we close the digital divide. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much, Director Carter, and thank you again to all of you. So now we get to a very exciting part of our program. We have our wonderful keynote speaker that Director Carter hinted towards earlier. So a nationally known speaker, strategist, and public health leader, Natalie S. Burke is president and CEO of Common Health Action, whose mission is to develop people and organizations to produce health through equitable policies, programs, and practices. She believes that to alter our collective health destiny, we must change our language, challenge deeply held beliefs about equity and identity in our society, create communities and systems that work for all people, and accept the role we each play in the production of the public health. I do want to just quickly say that I can remember about a year ago, our team was attending the Maryland State's Digital Equity Summit, which is next Tuesday. If you haven't registered yet, be sure to do that right here in Baltimore City. But when Natalie Burke stepped up on the stage and began speaking, literally our entire team table looked at each other and said, we need her in Baltimore City ASAP. So this is finally coming to fruition, and we're really excited. So without further ado, Natalie S. Burke.
Thank you. We good?
Yes.
Just want to make sure. Good morning. Oh, that was so dry. Good morning. Okay, look, I usually start talks by first confessing a number of sins. The first being, I may sound like I drink bourbon and smoke cigarettes for a living right now. I have had laryngitis for the better part of 8 days. Last week, I spent 3.5 days on a microphone around the clock. And so my voice is just, I may start sounding like a 12-year-old boy going through puberty at certain points. So you all, I'm going to ask you to extend a little bit of grace as I may not be putting forth my best voice, but hopefully my best brain and my best ideas. All right? So again, good morning. Good morning. Thank you for being here. This topic is important for so many reasons. And as someone who works in the field of public health, I can tell you that these issues around digital inequity matter greatly to the work that we do in communities, with health departments, and in health systems around the country. So I'm going to do the best that I can in a short period of time to give you some nuggets, hopefully a little bit of motivation, maybe a little bit of framing, and maybe a little bit of language that you'll be able to use as you move forward the cause of digital equity. So, the first thing, how many of you all are familiar with the equalizer? Raise your hand. You familiar with the equalizer? Well, see, this is where the conversation goes. Who knows this equalizer? Raise your hand. Oh, y'all are telling on yourselves. I know how old you are. How many of you all are more familiar with this equalizer? Right? And how many of you are familiar with this equalizer? Right? So I want to talk about the various equalizers that we will need with regard to digital equity. So we're going to circle back to that after we move through a bit of the story. My goal, I hope, is to give you some things to think about and to stew on. So here's the thing. I believe when I give a keynote, I'm not trying to give you fully formed thoughts. Sometimes I'm trying to provoke a little bit. Sometimes I may be trying to inspire. What I'm asking you to do, though, is to be willing to leave here stewing. Stewing is a good thing. Stewing means that you are still learning, right? In addition to that, I hope to give you some things to talk about. You know, anything that has the label equity, people have the tendency to find their shoulders up by their ears, and then they don't want to talk about it because they're afraid that they don't have the right words or the right language, and therefore they choose silence. When inequity and injustice are at play in the world, is silence an option? Is silence an option? No. Thank you. And so in that, I think it's important that in the work that we do, that we have some constructive discomfort. And part of my responsibility in this short time is to try to orchestrate some constructive discomfort for you. Now, constructive discomfort is this idea that you can be uncomfortable without being unsafe. Most things in life that require us to grow or change require us to feel some discomfort. You'll feel your shoulders creeping up, and I might say, drop your shoulders, right? And so in that, my invitation to you is to join me to get uncomfortable. Please note, I went to the University of Maryland College Park, fear the turtle, even when it's on its back, all right? But it's okay for you to actually be a little uncomfortable with some of the things that maybe I put out there with you today. So if I'm going to do that, who am I? I am a child of the 1960s. I just made it in there, Queens, New York. I am a child of Jamaican immigrants. These are my grandparents on their wedding day in 1943 in Kingston, Jamaica, probably about 16 years before they immigrated to the United States. They are a very big part of why I do this work around equity. When I got to college, I started to get phone calls early in the morning because my parents did not understand that you don't call a freshman or sophomore in college at 7:30 in the morning to talk about their grandparents' health issues. Now, everybody take a deep breath, but back then we had home phones. They didn't have a cell phone. So that meant that when they were calling at 7:30 to talk to me about mom's and pop's health situation, the whole floor was being awakened at the same time. I had no fans when it came to this. But the thing that I didn't understand, and as an 18 and a 19-year-old, was how is it that my grandparents, who had done well coming to the United States and pursuing the American dream, owned a home. My grandfather retired from Pan Am. Does everybody know what Pan Am is? All right. And he got out of Pan Am just in time. He got his pension. So he did really well. They left New York. They moved to Georgia. You know how you do when you sell a New York house and you get a Georgia house? Yeah. They were golden. But at the same time, they were trying to navigate systems and institutions in Georgia that were not designed with them in mind. And they started to experience inequities in all things related to their health. And so as that 18, 19-year-old, as I saw that happen to them, these people who I loved so much, I wanted to understand why and how that was happening. And in essence, why does health happen for some people and not for others? At that time, I didn't have the language for it, but I was really trying to understand health equity versus health inequity. So the women in my life are important. And I want to pause here and say this. As I am my cruising year, I'm 55, right? So this is my cruising year. I'm cruising at 55. I ask myself often, what does it mean for me to be a better ancestor? Because my story comes from my ancestors. So on the left is my great-grandmother. I got to know her, and I got to sit at her knee and hear her stories. She had an amazing life. Her husband, my great-grandfather, was a linguist for the British military, spoke 22 languages, and she got to travel the world as a young woman. Born in 1896, she ended up having her first child in Sierra Leone in 1914, 1915. And so her stories and her tales of being a woman and a woman of color in the world at that time were amazing to me. Moving on to the middle is my grandmother, who was my ride or die. She stopped working when I was born because they didn't believe in babysitters, and because my grandfather had that good Pan Am job, she was able to do that. And so she's the reason I've seen every black and white movie ever made, why I play Scrabble better than any of you, I promise you, right? And why I know things about that generation that are important to who I am today. And to the right is my mom. And my mother is my work ethic. She is why I work so hard. She's all I've ever seen women do in the world. My mom, at the age of 57, decided to go back to school and get a doctorate. And she finished it in 2 years. She's the only person who went into her class at that time at the University of Georgia and graduated in 2 years. They all came to watch her graduate. And they were saying, like, what? How are you doing this? What's the rush? And she said, I'm 57. I don't have time for this, right? So she was done by the time she was 59, out in the world doing research and being a gerontologist, okay? And so this frame is part of who I am. And I want you to understand that before we even go into the work of the day. So where is my mind today? Honestly, it's on this stuff. It's on the spread of disinformation and the harm that it is causing to our society. Now, we are at a very critical juncture, obviously with this election cycle, understanding that. But we also are at a very critical juncture with regard to the storms that we're having down south. My brother lives in Valdosta, Georgia. Valdosta got hit incredibly hard by the hurricane that came a week plus ago. So today, on his birthday, I am concerned, are they going to have any after effects in Valdosta where they're still recovering, right? To think that at this time, disinformation could be leaching into the narrative of people who are incredibly physically vulnerable right now in terms of their home, food, water, clothing, safety, financially, emotionally, is very, very hard for me to imagine. And the reality of this is the conduit for this disinformation is technology. That is what is driving this. That's where these stories are going out. That's why you have elected officials saying to people, please be more responsible about what you're putting on Facebook and what you're putting in social media, because you can do harm. I was watching something this morning, and they actually have now started to talk to FEMA representatives to say to them that they need to exercise special caution when they are approaching people in these storm-ravaged areas, because the disinformation has folks thinking they're coming to seize their land. Think about that, right? The technology is being used to drive a narrative of disinformation that's putting FEMA workers at risk who are there to help people recover from the storms. So instead of being greeted with gratitude and open arms and curiosity and a willingness, right, to listen and to learn and to figure out how to move forward, they may well be greeted by a shotgun. That's the power of technology. It creates and shapes perceptions about the world and that we have about one another. And so in that, what this does, the disinformation that we are seeing, is creates this deeply divided America. Now, let me be honest, it's not as though we haven't been divided before. I think we have stayed divided in many ways, but I'm starting to believe that the fractures are deeper and wider than they've been before. And they will be harder to bridge than they've been before. And again, so much of it tracks back to the technology. So here are some of the things that are important to know. 39% of people living in rural communities in Maryland lacked broadband internet access in 2019. Right now, nearly 560,000 families in Maryland are eligible for affordable internet access and don't have it. And while over 70% of white households have wireline broadband or high-speed internet connections, and over 80% have a desktop or a computer, only 50 to 60% of Black households have the same access. So I'm going to go back for a second. Where you are matters, okay? Class matters, right, when it comes to digital equity. And race matters when it comes to digital equity. It shouldn't, but it does. What we know is that when we look at the city of Baltimore in particular, there are very low and low digital inclusion scores. You're talking about between 70 and 89 or less than 70 when you talk about the equity index score. Digital inclusion are the activities that ensure that everybody, individuals and communities, including those who are most, and I don't like the word necessarily disadvantaged. I actually like to think of folks as being under-resourced, right? Even more so than underserved. So I have to stick a pin and pause here because language is important to me. And those of you who've heard me speak before know that this is my thing. When we project language onto communities, they embrace it, they internalize it, and they use it to describe themselves. When we repeatedly solely speak about the plight of communities that experience inequities and say that it is solely about them being underserved, it makes it seem as though if they had every service in the world, the inequities would go away. Is that true? It's not. Services are not the sole answer to what needs to happen for us to achieve equity or digital equity in any community. It's far more than that. And so rather than calling communities underserved solely, if I'm talking about services, I may say underserved. But if I'm speaking about the broader aspect of what's happening in these communities that experience inequity, I say under-resourced. Y'all with me? So I offer that up as a language piece of the equation. So why are these communities experiencing some of what they're experiencing? You all know about the digital divide, and it's about availability, adoption, and affordability, right? So that's sort of the easy part. And I think the key when we talk about the digital divide is to recognize that it is about the disproportionate impact that these inequities are having on people of color, people who live with low income, people with disabilities, people in rural communities, and older adults. And that disproportionate impact has huge implications for their lives. Now, I don't know how you feel, but I recognize that this is not an accident. So whether, and this is about intent versus impact, and I'm the person that'll say it, I really don't care what your intentions are. I care what your impact is, right? And so for those of us who do work in social sectors, for those of us who are looking to solve the world's most complicated social problems, we often live in the beauty of our intentions, yay us. What I'm going to push you and where I'm asking you to really look at the data is around impact. So here's the hard reality. If you have been doing a program for 10 years in your community and the data have not changed, the metrics have not moved, what is your impact? And that's hard. I've said that to social workers, right? And they'll say, but, I'm not saying it as judgment. I'm proposing it as an opportunity because what it means is what you're doing doesn't work. So I want to encourage you all to think about impact as the priority, not your intentions, all right? So in my mind, the digital divide is not an accident. And in fact, digital redlining is a part of the story and a part of the equation. How many of you all are familiar with digital redlining? I just want to get a sense. So not everybody, okay. Digital redlining is underinvestment by internet companies to provide services in communities that are lower income. It disproportionately impacts communities of color, and it results in plans where there are lower speed. It's often less affordable than what's found in wealthier white areas. Do you all think this is an accident? Now, here's the thing. You can look at it in one of two ways. Some people might say that this is intentional in terms of the disinvestment and the oppression of certain groups of people. Or some may say efforts, policy, money is being directed to benefit some with little to no consideration for others. I don't care what the intent is. The impact is still the same. It leads to digital inequity, which are disparities in access, knowledge, and ability to use digital tools and technology, and again, particularly impacting and harming lower income individuals and minority populations, okay? Now here's the thing, excuse me, I wanna be really careful about language again, and I wanna give you a way to think about inequity versus disparity. Inequity is a disparity that is the result of systemic, preventable, and avoidable unjust policies and practices. Think about that. Preventable, avoidable, and unjust. That means that someone is making a decision somewhere for those things to be a reality, right? And it's creating barriers to opportunity. So here's a way to think of it. Digital divide is the issue. Digital equity is the goal. Digital inclusion is the work. Now we're talking about digital equity, and I want to start by defining what equity is. Equity requires us to provide all people with fair opportunities to achieve their full potential. When I put this up, what's the word that bothers folks? Say it out loud. Potential. Nope. Fair. It's fair. And the reason is this. People will try to fight you on fair. They will tell you it is subjective, it's a matter of opinion, and you cannot measure it. So the question is, what is fair? I'm going to push back on this idea that fair is not something that is tangible. And in fact, what is fair? You can measure it. It is not a matter of opinion, and it is definitely connected to the impact that we would like to see. Fair is whatever is necessary within the confines of the law and resources to get a person, a family, a community, or a population to their best possible outcome. That's actually what's fair. Can we measure that? We absolutely can. And so there's a real opportunity, and this is why I ask you to be prepared with the language. Again, fair is whatever is necessary within the confines of the law and resources to get a person, a family, a community, or a population to the best possible outcome. If we talk about equity, we have to be able to talk about what's fair. So in that, and there's more to the story with that, I want to go into what digital equity is. It's a state in which every person and community, regardless of their socioeconomic status, geography, their social identities, things like their race, their gender, their age, has the information technology resources to participate fully in society. And it's not only about access, but also about the ability to use and benefit from them effectively. It encompasses not only the devices and the internet, but also the ability to use and benefit them effectively. Think about this. It is about meaningful use, right? And so if you are not able to use the technology, even when you have access to it, to better your condition, to advance the journey of your family or yourself, to learn, to grow, to participate in society in a civic sense, to be socially connected, if you're not able to have meaningful use of the technology, then what's the point? Because again, I'm circling back to impact. Now, I want to be really clear. Equality and equity are not the same thing. And so when we're talking about equity, I want to give you a way to think about it with an image. How many of you all have seen this image before? Raise your hands. Only a few of you. Anybody brave enough to want to try to explain it who raised your hands? I saw some people over here. You want to try? Yeah.
So in the first image, everybody has equal access to transition from the curb to the road.
In the first image, everybody has equal access to transition from the curb to the road.
In the second image, equity is in play because everybody's specific needs are being met. We got the ramp for the wheelchair. We have the audible sound if somebody has vision impaired. We've got a grade
Right.
child so they don't fall off the curb. And I guess I didn't see the walkers until he's blind. So
Yes.
yeah.
Right? And that's why they have the auditory signals coming out. So in this image, and thank you, you did a great job. The point is you can design so that things are the same. That's what equality is about. Or you can design for what people actually need. That's what equity is about. Now, it's interesting because when I look at this and this whole conversation around curb cuts and walkable communities and everything else, I have to sit and think to myself, why did no one think about this on the image on the left? Why do you think no one thought of it? Go ahead. They're trying to take money. They're privileged. Anybody else?
The people making the decisions may not have even met somebody who fits in one of those categories.
That part. So the question is, how were the voices of someone who may be blind and walking with a cane, someone who is in a wheelchair, a child, how were those needs represented? Were they in the design process? So I want to lift this up before I move on from this image. As you think to work with community, please keep it in mind whose voices are actually being heard and keep asking who's not there. And the other piece of it is, please don't ask about having a seat at the table, like that the community should have a seat at the table. The community is the table. And so that requires you to go to them. That is a very different mindset and a very different approach than saying, we need to have a community representative here at our table, right? So the next piece is around digital literacy. And this goes back to the meaningful use piece. The ability to use information and communication technologies to find, evaluate, and communicate information, requiring both cognitive and technical skills. So I got to go back into my story, you all. These are my people. Yes, my mother had on these like Christmas antler things. Don't ask me, okay? But if you look, my 80 years young parents both have what in their hand? Okay? Now, my story, my parents got divorced when I was 10. They've known each other since they were 10. They are each other's best friends. They talk every single day. It's ridiculous. If we have an unscheduled solar eclipse, my parents got back together again. That's all I'm going to say, right? And the role of technology in their lives and how that has evolved over time is mind-boggling to me. So my job every other year, and I alternate them, each of them gets a new piece of technology to learn. So years ago, it was like a Fitbit from my dad. You know, it might be getting a new computer. It may be upgrading their phones, et cetera, et cetera. But what I'm recognizing is my dad lives in Georgia. My mother lives in North Carolina. The role of technology in their lives is becoming increasingly important as they become increasingly isolated. One of the sad aspects of being 80 is that many of the people who you've known your entire life start to pass away. Your social circle starts to shrink. And because of that, they are increasingly dependent upon their technology. So it plays out in a lot of different ways. One, my mother is an Instagram junkie. She does not go to sleep unless she has spent at least a solid hour on IG. It is remarkable to me. If you would have told me this years ago, I'd have said, no way. She absolutely loves it. She uses it to learn. She uses it to connect. She uses it to laugh, right? The next is finances. The technology is what allows them to manage their own finances and to continue doing that because that autonomy and agency is important for them. FaceTime. For my family that still lives in Jamaica, being able to use FaceTime and WhatsApp to do video calling has been critical, but it's also critical for me. I live here. I have parents who don't necessarily want to tell me the truth. And so when I FaceTime, it is very different than when I call on the phone. No, mommy, come closer. Let me see your face because I want to know how are you really doing. The other is around their health information. They are still advocates for their own health. They're using the technology associated with having their online visits with their clinicians. They're also able to go and look in their medical records and at their test results. The technology is critical. Newer to them is streaming. You all, I am tech support 24/7 when it comes to the streaming thing. I have no choice, but it is critical to their ability to engage in the world. My mother's a political junkie, and so she wants to be able to see anything and everything that has to do with politics and the election, right? The streaming thing is really important, and it connects to this thing around news. In addition to that, and the last one that I'll throw up is around repairs. Their technology becomes important to their ability to navigate the repairs that they need for all the different things in their lives. They have started to Google when things break down, right? Who do they call? What might this mean? What might this indicate? It helps to make sure that when someone comes to the house to repair something, they have information so that that person doesn't come in and see an 80-year-old and automatically try to take advantage of them. Can you see how important the technology is for them in all these aspects of their lives? And in fact, what it does is it gives them power. Power is the ability to define reality for yourself and for others. Again, power is the ability to define reality for yourself and for others. This is one of the primary roles of technology in our society. So when we have digital inequities, when we have communities of color, when we have communities that are rural, when we have folks who are experiencing that digital disconnect, what we're doing is leaving them or positioning them in a state of powerlessness. That is unacceptable, and that is the impact of digital inequity. So what's the impact of digital equity? Well, one, it's crucial for education in terms of students having access to resources and opportunities, online materials, virtual classrooms, digital literacy skills that are essential in the modern world. It's critical for employment. So many job applications, training programs are all conducted online. So in order for someone to be able to actually engage in employment, they need to have access and an ability to use the technology. With regard to healthcare, it's everything from your digital visits to your information online to being able to research things around medications to ensure that you are not about to experience a drug interaction that no one else detected, right? Next is civic engagement. It is essential for fostering the democratic process. So how many of you all, I'm just curious, were part of the 44,000 with Win with Black Women that you got online when they did the original Zoom, right? All of these Zooms have popped up and have become places For people, regardless of your political affiliation, they have become a space for civic discourse, to learn about the civic process, to connect with other people, to do movement building work. And so the technology is critically important. Communication and social connection. I think we learned a lot about this during COVID, and we will continue to learn more about it. And then financial inclusion. Digital equity is important for everything from banking and making payments. I spent 2 days ago teaching my mother how to Zelle, you all. I'm telling you, this stuff is real, right? I got real world examples about this stuff. But it's really important for people to be able to have that financial autonomy and engagement. So how do we make digital equity a reality, understanding that these are all of the impacts of digital equity? How do we get there? A big part of it is about community. And so I'm going to give you this one example. This talks about what progress has been made in closing the K through 12 digital divide. Interestingly, in a report from Public Policy Associates, there are 2.1 million more children on broadband in 2021 than there were in 2019. And this was because of COVID, right? It lit a fire under folks to recognize that the access wasn't there and the access was required. As a part of that, Kids First Chicago. So Chicago made some significant strides with regard to connectivity for school-age children. And they partnered with city leaders, the schools, philanthropic groups like the United Way, and other community-based organizations to launch Chicago Connected, which is a $50 million public-private partnership to provide free broadband access to pre-K through 12 students. The program connected 60,000 households and over 100,000 students who previously did not have reliable internet access. This is what the power of partnership looks like. So from that, now Chicago was named as the 2022 Digital Inclusion Trailblazer as one of them because they expanded Chicago Connected to city colleges. And so they built on the 100,000 students that they had by also getting city college students involved in this. This could not have happened without those public-private partnerships. And it could not have happened without boots on the ground and community-based organizations doing the advocacy work and the education work necessary to build the infrastructure. It wasn't just about the $50 million. And I think sometimes we see the number and we're like, yeah, $50 million. Nothing gets done without the people. So people, power, and policy have to come together in order for digital equity to become a reality in the communities that need it most and in the places where people experience the greatest inequities. How do we do this? What does it look like when people, power, and policy come together? Well, first, the community partnerships. To collaborate, to address digital inequities, and sometimes, to be honest with you, community partnerships have a critical role that is really about driving a narrative. So if there is no narrative, there is no change. And in the absence of communication, somebody is going to communicate. So if the community is not advocating, is not in partnerships, there are other forces that will fill the gap of communication with information that is not going to lead you to digital equity. So one of the most important things that community partnerships can do is about crafting and driving a narrative that will lead you towards digital equity. Next is doing the needs assessment. How do you know what's necessary on the ground? Somebody has to figure that out. A lot of times we know things in our gut, and I promise you all, I wish we didn't have to spend so much money and time collecting the data, but the reality is we do. We have to talk to people, we have to conduct charrettes and community meetings, we have to have surveys. We've got to actually go out and find what is the experience that people are having in their communities with regard to digital inequity so that we can make the case. Digital literacy training, I think that's pretty straightforward. Affordable internet access, critically important. Device access in terms of computers, tablets, smartphones. So this includes exploring partnerships with manufacturers, refurbishers, and technology donations in order to get devices into the hands of people who need it the most, right? Next, digital inclusion programs. This includes establishing digital inclusion hubs. These can provide low-cost access to technology, internet, and digital resources, and support to navigate the spaces. So this is one of the things I joked earlier about being tech support for my parents. It is a very real thing. So as a Gen X, one of the things that I recognize is that I have characteristics of the generations before and the generations after. That factors into the role that I end up playing in the world. This idea that we need to have digital inclusion programs to ensure digital literacy is a very real thing. And so I have to remind myself often to have the patience to ensure that I'm extending that to the people in my life who need to be able to have that level of access. Local policy advocacy. So we can know what's wrong, we've done the assessment, we can have spoken to people, we can see the inequities, et cetera. But unless we are able to create the policies at a local, state, and federal level that are necessary to create digital equity, it doesn't become a reality. So people, power, policy are all wrapped together in this digital equity journey. Community outreach and awareness. Some communities, you will find that you only have a few key leaders who are carrying everything. If you are one of those folks, first of all, I thank you. Second of all, I'm worried about you. Okay? You cannot carry this alone. And so it is critically important to do the outreach, to raise the awareness so that you can get the kind of engagement from regular community members who care but just need to know, right? Next is evaluation and continuous improvement. This goes back to the thing. We did a program, we thought it was a great program. My question for you is, what was the impact? If the impact is not right, if it's not hitting and doing what you need for it to do, you have an opportunity to recalibrate. You can fix stuff along the way. It's not an admission of guilt. It's an admission of humility and a willingness to learn, right? So why now, and why is this so important now? And I was thinking a lot about this the past few days. Digital equity is increasingly important because everyone born moving forward, and even a little bit behind, will be a digital nativist. These are the babies who have iPads in their hands. Their brains are actually wired differently than mine, right? And so in that, digital nativists are going to be and are far more dependent upon the technology for all of these things than I ever will be. I had to learn it along the way. They were born with it. What that then means is there's a really good chance that they are more susceptible to disinformation. This is one of the reasons why also that digital equity is really important. Digital literacy is really important. Digital inclusion is really important. The other component I think that's coming into the equation is around artificial intelligence. And so when we put all of these things together, you have these digital nativists who are going to be living in a world where you have artificial intelligence, excuse me, and you are dealing with disinformation. These young people, these babies, these children, they are going to need the tools and the skills to be able to navigate this environment so that they, first of all, are safe, and second of all, so that they can see the reality of the world, and third of all, so that they are able to participate in the world and lead, right? And that is a critical piece of this as well. So I started off by talking about the equalizers. And so I decided the first equalizer that I want to lift up to leave you with, because this is a lot. There are a lot of things in here on which you can focus. One is around digital literacy. You see how Denzel's looking around that building? That's because Denzel knows what's up. He knows what's happening on the block. He knows what's going down. He knows how to tap into the resources and use them, right? So the digital literacy piece is one of the great equalizers. The next is around policy change. Doesn't he look like a policy change kind of guy right there, right? Policy creates the context and the construct within which we live our lives and make our decisions. I don't just get to go out and do what I want to do. There is a policy context within which I live my life and make my decisions. If digital equity is your priority, it means that there has to be a policy environment and a policy landscape that allows digital equity to be possible. Right now, policies are not aligned accordingly. Budgets are not aligned accordingly, and budgets are policy. You all get what I'm saying? And so we have a responsibility to change the policy landscape so that the young children, especially the digital nativists, but all the way up through my parents, have the opportunity to leverage technology, to create the reality that they want to see. Remember, power is the ability to define reality for yourself and for others. I, for one, want people to be more powerful. Where do we see power harnessed? It's in our communities. It's through collaborative work. It's through shared resources. It's through shared information and communication. It's through shared opportunities. That's what equity is about. That's actually what's fair. So with that, the last thing that I want to leave you with is a quote. The source of it is, I don't know, there's a little bit of argument about where it comes from, but some folks say that it came from indigenous brothers and sisters in South America. It says here, they tried to bury us. They didn't know we were seeds. We are being buried in disinformation. We are being buried in inequity. We are being buried in a lack of access. We are being buried in a digital divide. We're being buried by digital destitution. We are being buried. But in the reality of it, being in this room today gives you the opportunity to actually take that condition of being buried, build something new, grow into something different, embrace the discomfort of having the conversation around inequity, and become the seed that leads to digital equity. Thank you. Now, word on the street is I have about 4 minutes. See, I'm self-regulating here. I can do this all day, as long as his voice holds up. So I wanted to ask you, what resonated or what was new? And where might you have questions? What resonated, particularly around the language or the framing? Is there anything that stood out for you that was new or different, or anything that left you stewing? Yes.
I guess for me, thank you. It was the two pictures
Yes.
of what was necessary and thinking along those lines, because we do have people with challenges that sometimes we just don't consider because we think everyone is like us. So that resonated even more with me because it was something that we considered when we were building out our computer hub, and it just brought more confirmation to me that we were on the right track. So I thank you for that.
Absolutely, absolutely, thank you. And probably part of why you were able to do that is because you had the right people engaged in the conversation to raise it and who had visibility and lived experience. So I appreciate that. Yes?
I think the piece about driving the narrative is really important, and
Yes.
feeling that, and then also building those larger structures of what we want to see, because we really do have power there, I think.
Yeah.
You know, and we underestimate that, but we really can put forward what we want that to look like.
Thank you for that. And let me say something about narrative and the power of narrative. Perception is truth. If we don't know that in America right now, I don't know what we know. And so one of the things that I will say in the work that I do in communities and also the work that I do with philanthropy, I tend to work in a sweet spot in between both, where I'm a shock absorber and an interpreter from community to funders, from funders into communities. The funding mechanisms that we access to do work like this have a responsibility to drive a narrative. The reason is because the people who are taking the greatest risk are the folks who are on the ground. The people who are making noise and saying we need policy change, the people who are making noise and saying we need resources, the people who are making noise and saying this is unfair, there is an inequity, they are experiencing the greatest risk. And so one of the things that I encourage you to think about is as you work with funders in particular, that you challenge them about their role in helping to create air cover and to drive a larger narrative about the importance of digital equity. What that does is it gives you credibility when you go in and you can point to that narrative so that you are not also having to carry that larger narrative. You can carry a narrative on the ground in communities, but you can't be expected to carry the big picture narrative as well. They have the resources, they have the visibility, they have the credibility to be able to do that. Thank you. Yes.
Testing. Okay, there we go.
Thank you.
I think I'm going to be the last looking at the clock. I appreciate.
Are you clock shaming me? Are you time checking me right now? Go
A
ahead.
little bit. That's kind of my thing. I'm just saying. But one of the things that I do appreciate, because it reframes a lot of the work that we do, your definition of power,
Yeah.
the ability to define the world for yourself and others. I think I'm paraphrasing just a little
Yeah.
bit. What that does, I think, is it revolutionizes the way that we talk, not just about digital equity and inclusion, but also larger concepts like racism and privilege. Because a lot of the issues that we have is that people don't recognize their privilege or their power. This definition puts it square in the face. Can you make decisions for other people? Then you are powerful in that circumstance.
Absolutely.
So you have the greater responsibility for equity and inclusion.
That is a great connection. And it's one of the things that what I will tell you is in working in some communities where we keep telling them you're under-resourced, you're marginalized, we use these words and we don't recognize the impact of the language on those communities and on those populations, right? One of the words, and I think you might have heard me say this before, is vulnerable. I have a real problem with this, you all. And, I think I always had a problem with it, but I was in the Mississippi Delta on a Saturday morning in a community meeting, and a little girl stood up and said, "Why do all of you people come in here and call us weak?" I said, "Baby, nobody called you weak. Who called you weak?" She said, "You did." I said, when did I do that?" She said, "You said we're vulnerable." What is the community hearing when we're telling them certain things? Are they embracing that language to describe themselves? This is really important when we want to do advocacy work and we want to support communities in moving forward to determine their own destiny and to have power to define their own reality. How can you tell a community you can define your own reality and you have power, by the way, you're vulnerable? How's that work? You're labeling them. So what I would encourage you to do, as opposed to calling them vulnerable, actually extend to them that they experience vulnerability. That's a different thing. I'm not labeling you. I'm telling you you're having an experience of something. I'm not calling you weak. I'm telling you you are having an experience of digital inequity. Do you all get the difference? Right? And so that framing is important because here's what we find happens. When we use language, communities use it and internalize it. They mirror it back to us because they think that's what we want to hear. They mirror it back to funders because they think that's what funders want to hear. Do you want to walk around and tell people I'm vulnerable? Does that make you feel good? Does that make you feel powerful? I don't think so. So I would encourage you to be very thoughtful as you are engaging communities in these conversations around digital equity, that you are using language that helps them to identify the power that they actually have, to harness it, to identify it, and to use it, as opposed to doing the exact opposite. I was told by this gentleman that that was my last comment. My work is done. Thank you.
One more round of applause for Natalie Esberg. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, we are going to take a quick 5-minute break, so feel free to grab the last of the continental breakfast, coffee, water, whatever you need, and we'll be back in 5 minutes. All right, we're going to get started with our first set of panel discussions. Really looking forward to this topic. This one is AI and emerging technologies, and our moderator will be Babala Lima, the Assistant Deputy Director for Administration at the Department of General Services.
Good morning. Better than that. Good morning. All right. I'm excited for this conversation. I hope you all are as well. Before we jump into some brief introductions, good to see some old friends and to make some new friends. I thought, Natalie, the conversation was a good grounding. Your talk was good grounding for the conversation today, and particularly that intersection of geography, race, and class, and the digital divide, and in that framework around people, power, and policy. I think that will be a good grounding for the discussion here. We'll go into some introductions, and then from there, the format will be for the first 30 minutes, we'll offer a question or two for each section. Sections will move from education, economics, safety, pose a question to one or two of the panel members, and then leave it open to anyone who wants to add there. And at the end, we'll open it to questions from you all. So introductions. We have Dr. John Dixon, who is the VP of Data Analytics at Aperio Global, a company focused on solving problems in cybersecurity and information analysis. I'm really looking forward to his perspective from the private sector here. We have Gretchen Legrand, Senior Program Manager for Digital Equity at the Robert Deutsch Foundation. Also worked previously with Gretchen when she was at Code in the Schools, doing a lot around education and computer programming for Baltimore City students. Next, we have Gabriella Waters, the Director of Operations and the Director of the Cognitive and Neurodiversity AI Lab, also known as CONA, and at the Center for Equitable Artificial Intelligence and Machine Learning Systems at Morgan State. Next to Gabriella, we have Philip Honenberger, an AI ethicist and researcher, also at the Center for Equitable Artificial Intelligence and Machine Learning Systems at Morgan State. And we have Naimani Staley, who is a digital literacy educator at the University of Maryland Extension System. Okay. So again, questions will move from ethics to education and learning, economics, safety and control, and AI in society. So the first question we have is around ethics. And that is, how can we ensure that artificial intelligence systems are developed and deployed ethically, particularly in high-stakes areas like healthcare, criminal justice, and maybe government service delivery? So maybe I'll pose that question to you, Philip, and Gabriella to start us off.
Thanks for starting with a simple question. That's helpful.
You look like you're ready for it.
Well, I think my first suggestion would be to think about that problem in the context of other problems we're familiar with. I mean, AI is different from other technologies, obviously, but it's also like other technologies in many ways. So we've had automobile technology, personal automobile technology for 100 years, and it's taken about that long for us to get where we are now in terms of the ethics of the way that we engage with those technologies. Of course, we also have, as a result, partly of automobile technologies, climate change and roadkill and suburban sprawl and deaths from traffic accidents. So I think hopefully we'll do a better job with the AI, getting ahead of the ethical problems. But there are so many different issues to consider for policymakers and for technologists, designers, including fairness, transparency, privacy, security, and the list goes on and on. So it's a very big question. I won't try to answer it any better than that.
If I can just follow quickly, if I'm not mistaken, your lab is doing some research around questions of fairness and models and how they might be deployed. Are there applications there that might benefit somebody here that's interested in questions of
recidivism, public service, work in the nonprofit space?
Well, I think all I'll say is that my lab is very much like dozens of labs across the country, which combine resources from computer science and from philosophy, from ethics, and also sometimes from policy or from law in trying to address these questions. And we address it at a, I would say, more of a theoretical rather than an applied level. But the resources we develop are available for policymakers and sometimes have that kind of influence. So we're very interested. I speak not just for myself, but for people in computer science labs and ethics labs like mine. We're very interested in interfacing with folks and finding applications.
Gabriella, I wonder if there's anything that you wanted to add to that same question around ensuring the ethical deployment of these systems in high stakes areas.
Yes. Well, I'm the keep it real person at Seamless at the center. So I'm the one who usually gets like, hey, how you doing? How y'all doing? So the reality is we have an opportunity to make ethical considerations a part of the AI lifecycle and not something you tack on at the end and check a box. And that's the reason why it's not implementing as well as we would like, because it's not a part of the AI lifecycle. We talk about bias after it's emerged, not before. And we talk about fairness after something unfair happens. And so we need to start from the beginning. We have processes in place. We also, how many of you remember late night TV? You can't set it and forget it. You have to check in on it. It's like a 2-year-old. If it's being quiet, it's being naughty. So you need to go back regularly and audit your system and make sure that it's performing in the way that you need it to. Make sure the data is current. You can't use 10-year-old data and just think you're going to be able to address real-world problems as they change and innovate and evolve in the landscape and the ecosystem. You also need, for ethical systems, to have diverse perspectives. It can't just be people like me sitting in the room developing a model. And while I like to think I like people, I have blinders to certain things. And so I need other people in that space to help me to keep these ethical principles at the front. So you have to continuously give feedback. It can't be binary feedback, by the way. Yes or no is not good feedback. Helpful, not helpful is not good feedback, because you're missing an entire spectrum in between of context that would help your model to perform well. And that needs to happen in an ethical system.
Thank you for that. We've got other questions around other areas, but I wonder, before we move away from this question, if there's any other panelists that wanted to speak to it.
I can definitely speak to that. As a developer of technologies, one of the roles that I have, I'm a consultant at the AI Hub at NYU, the McSilver Institute for Poverty, Policy, and Social Justice, where I develop algorithms predicting suicide in adolescent kids and suicidal risk behavior. So ethics comes up frequently in my research there. And one thing that I can say is, in the data sets that I have access to, they're reflective of the biases in society, right? So we don't have collection points for every different ethnic and racial group. And even when we do sometimes have that data, my research has shown that a lot of the responses to some of these national surveys are not accurate and are incorrect. And you can tell with degrees of certainty that somebody just filled it out just for the sake of filling it out. So this is a very hard problem, but I think we have to include, with the people, with the ethical people, you have to include people like me, people that are developing the algorithms, people that try to mitigate these biases from a quantitative standpoint. So I think we have to have a thought leadership of a more comprehensive group. So I think that's how you can seek to address the problem, because although sometimes we may think in theoretical terms, but also in the real world, these things are happening. These kids are committing suicide. These kids have depression. These things are happening. So we're going to have to apply some of the knowledge in the best way where we can and move from there, kind of in the real world.
I'd love to use that as a sort of launching point. You talked about very specific problems in bias and underlying data that you're using. And, you know, as a practitioner, I think one question, so you laid out the role, that responsibility that you have. You know, I think one question that we might be interested in is, you know, BSIT is pulling us together. They're obviously a government entity. I think there's a really important question here about what role that government should play in the use, the development, and deployment of artificial intelligence technologies in how work happens, be it government work, be it how the private sector behaves. If there's any thoughts that any of the panelists have around that, I think that's a good sort of next question.
I mean, I can jump in on that. Just building off of what he just said, it's challenging because industries come in and they make a lot of promises about what these models can do. But as policymakers, you have no way of validating that. And so that's part of the first step. How are you validating and verifying and testing and evaluating the systems? And we don't expect policymakers to have that expertise, but you can put together a team of people, like on this stage as an example, who have that expertise, and we'll do the TEV and give you all the pluses and the minuses and the challenges that go along with that. So part of it is leaning into the resources that you have to surface the challenges that may arise from the implementation or the introduction of these kinds of models into the landscape. Predictive analytics, it's every campus is doing some sort of predictive analytics. And part of that is also looking at not just a safety net, but a proactive plan when you know that the industry is introducing something that's going to automate something that eliminates a low-wage job. I was speaking to the Committee for Education, Energy, and the Environment, and I said that part of the onus of the industry should be the mitigation of the job loss. If they're coming in and taking jobs out, they need to have a plan for what happens next. They need to be your partner in that and hold them responsible so that it's not just on the state or the city to absorb what happens when people are displaced in this way. And so you can do that kind of predictive analytics just running the numbers, looking at other cities. You could build a digital twin of the city, the digital twin of the state, put an if-then conditional statement in that scenario, set a different policy, and see what happens in the ecosystem before it impacts the citizens, so that you can kind of get a handle on what that looks like. And so there's a lot of ways to kind of get the government and these other players involved. But I also work at NIST. So one of the things that I see often is that a lot of policies happen, a lot of ideas happen, and there are no consequences. And so it has to mean something if they don't uphold their end of the bargain, if they don't do certain things. There has to be some sort of remediation as well. And so I'll turn it back to you because you had your hand up.
I think NIST is an important partner here. It might be helpful if you want to just sort of describe what that is briefly.
The NIST is the National Institute of Standards and Technology. I work in the Information Technology Lab in the AI Innovation Laboratory. And right now we're conducting the ARIA program. It's for assessing risks in AI. And basically what it is the largest public like red teaming and field testing of AI models. And we're starting out with large language models. And so one of the things that is important about this is that we're doing a lot of the testing on behalf of the country, but we're bringing people in to do the testing. So we're not bringing other computer scientists in, and we're not asking for all these experts because they aren't real people. So that expert isn't going to ask a large language model where they left their keys, right? But you don't think of that's a question that will be asked until you let people interact with it. Part of what the challenge is for me is a person who investigates neurodiversity and cognitive differences is that I'm also pushing that thread of accessibility in a way that might not have been seen before. And so we're also seeing that a lot of these systems do not serve people with disabilities. period, end of story. And so we are using the public as the biggest litmus test and barometer so that we can understand, first, how does the risk manifest? Second, what is the impact? Like, we don't know this until we go into the real world. And if you're just red teaming, which is adversarially testing a model to see how you can break it, that's not going to tell you what it means when I ask for the difference between callaloo and kale. So we want to make sure that these models are serving everyone. They're not adversely impacting anyone negatively. And we also want to see where they have positive benefits, because that's part of it. Risk isn't inherently negative. Bias isn't inherently negative. It's how it shows up in that output that makes a definition of how its impact is negative. And so we want to see both the positives and the negatives. If sometimes it's worth the trade-off, if it means that your bias is a little less accurate to be more accessible, that's a good trade-off.
I think that's a helpful way to think about it. And I would imagine we get some questions in the follow-up section on that. So I'm going to hold that there. Something that you mentioned about what the role of government was partnering with educational institutions. There's many in the state. I want to turn to some questions that we have specifically around education and learning. And I'm going to come, I think, to Naimani and Gretchen around these two. So the question here is, what is the best advice that you can give educators who might be concerned about increasing introduction of artificial intelligence in the classroom? What advice can you give them? Is the banning of telephones the panacea? Is it too far-fetched to think that teachers unions will go the path of the port workers and say no to all automation? What advice would you give to teachers and parents that have concern about?
It's a great question. Yeah, I mean, I think that I have given this advice to educators. In my role at Code in the Schools, I did a lot of training for teachers around not just how to use AI in the classroom, but teaching AI and teaching students how AI works. And I would say, the best advice I can give is that it's a tool, and it can be a really helpful tool, but it's not a substitute for your brain. It's not really intelligent. It's math, it's probabilities, right? So it's a great tool, but it's not you. It's not your smart thinking brain. I tell students a lot, or I ask them, I guess, and I'll ask you guys, how many of you have sort of been told in your educational or work lives, do not use Wikipedia as a source? Right? Well, I mean, sure, like, don't cite Wikipedia, but like, Wikipedia can be a great resource for going and finding the good information, the true information. And in the same way, I think different machine learning algorithms can be applied in the classroom and in schools as a useful tool to get to a place where then you validate it with your own thinking brain. So that's the brief version.
Well, coming from an educator standpoint who does use AI in the community, I would just say not to be afraid of it. It comes with trial and error, and sometimes the trial is better than the error, but other times it just is a way to spark creativity, inspiration. If you're using it in the classroom, don't say or put stipulations on it. Teach the students how to use it in the appropriate way. Just like we all had to cite our sources and have the peer reviews and stuff like that, same way when it comes to AI. There are a lot of different platforms out there, some that provide the sources that you're getting the information from, and others that do not. So fact checking the information that's coming in. Again, AI is a widespread, so you can pull in students with what they're excited to learn. A lot of students are losing the motivation to come to school. So how can you make AI and implement that into your lesson plans? Using them to help create their own lessons that they do themselves. So a sense is just building confidence, but also not to be scared of utilizing it. Just like we all learned how to drive and write, it's gonna come with some time and practice. But at the end of the day, it's just all about your personal use and your personal attitude towards it. Don't be scared of it.
I've got a follow-on question from that I'd love to come to you on, John, and that's around, many of the charts that you see about adoption, they all look the same. It's this crazy hockey stick, right? Just everybody's just like adopting generative artificial intelligence generally. One thing I'd love to get your perspective on is how you think this increased adoption might impact economic opportunity. I think Gabriella alluded to this, the sort of the economic opportunities, not just for people in traditional fields, but in research and education. How might that use impact the economics of those fields?
Yeah, I guess I can go first with that. So at least for me in my research, I mean, it allows me to 10x everything that I was doing before, right? So one of the things, at least for me, that I want to be careful of is not to use AI as a crutch, but use it as a tool, just like any other tool. You definitely have to fact check your resources. But I think we're living at a time where there hasn't been any more opportunities to do a diverse set of things quickly than any other time in history. And if I can get my mother to start using, large language models, technologies to build recipes, to have workouts, and I think it's an opportunity for everyone to engage. But also, there are some risks involved, right? As my colleague to the left just mentioned, I mean, it doesn't hold any knowledge or intelligence. It's strictly probabilities and word associations. So you have to understand the tool, but you also, it's a must that you leverage it. So I advocate for all my friends and colleagues to use it as much as possible because you have an opportunity to do so many things that you haven't been able to do before, and you're able to do it more quickly. You're able to get resources more quickly, and you're able to be a more efficient person. So for workforce professionals, for business owners, for students, for matured adults and retirees, there's something that everyone can take advantage of. And even people that develop these technologies for over 20 years. I use it as a coding assistant for me so I can get things done a lot faster. Is it perfect? Absolutely not. I can look at some code that was written, and I can tell immediately what's wrong with it. But it still helps me enough to get things done quickly, a lot faster than I was able to do before. I'll stop there.
So force multiplier. And it sounds like, John, you've put the challenge to Natalie. I think she said every year there's a new technology you introduce to your parents. I think you've laid out the get your mom and dad to generate the recipes for Thanksgiving.
Well, I would say this. I think Natalie put the challenge out to me first when she talked about Scrabble. So,
all right.
So it's back on you now.
That's fair. I wonder if any panelist has a thought about how these technologies may impact the economics of higher education. Could be research, could be higher education, could be in research, could be in the teaching that you do, Naomi. Just open that question to anyone on the panel.
Well, as he just said, to piggyback off of that, it increases productivity. So how I use it is I can pull up ChatGPT and ask for a template for a lesson plan to help me create my next lesson plan. Using Gamma AI to create the PowerPoints or the presentations if you just don't have the time. So it's just a matter of how you plan to use it. What is the outcome that you plan on using it for? And then that will help utilize the actual system. So it just depends, but it's also, you have the power of flexibility. You have the many AI systems out there that you can do scheduling, you can do printing out the templates, you can do PowerPoint. So you have a variety of different things that you have at your access. So it's just a matter of how you plan to execute those.
And I'll just quickly say, because I see some policymakers in the room, universal basic income, 4-day work week.
I don't know if I want to follow that.
It's tough.
So what I want to caution us, because AI is a force multiplier for all things. And so you can automate disenfranchisement. And we have to be careful of that because the things we're asking AI to solve for are things we haven't solved for in society. So we can't expect an algorithm to do the work we haven't done in situ. So we have to remind ourselves that we haven't solved these things, and these machines and programs aren't going to come in and fix it for us. It is reflecting what's already there. And so if we want a better view, we either need to change the prescription or change the actual landscape. And AI is just the mirror for our society. And so it's not the cure-all or the solution. The other thing I want to say, because normally when people hear what I do for a living, they immediately ask me if I'm building the Terminator. So I want to...
Are you?
Yes. But it's friendly.
All right.
So the thing that I want to bring up that was mentioned is that there are a lot of AI tools out there. It's not just LLMs. AI has been around since the 1950s, and it has evolved over time. And for economic impacts, there are so many tools out there that do not require you knowing how to write a lick of code. So you can have access to the most powerful models and solutions that have ever existed in a modular format, where you are just moving things around to the configuration that you need so that you can get what you need. That's powerful for a lot of people. That means certain kinds of business, directions are available that weren't before. That means opportunities are available that weren't before. That means new people can come to the research table. AI is also ignorant of borders and disciplines. And so for economics and research, that means anyone can research AI, whether you're a psychology major or a music major. You can research AI. And so it's important to also know that those are also opportunities in our economic ecosystem that we could be leveraging as well. And I just want to have us look at the full picture. They are not smart algorithms. If you've ever tried to get it to draw something for you, you know this.
That's a fact.
It's getting better. It's getting better.
I mean, the simplest thing, I leave you with this comment. If you ask an AI to tell you the difference between a husky and a wolf, do you know what the AI looks at? It looks at the background, not the animal. And if it sees something that looks like an outside, it's a wolf. Because only wolves live outside. 2-year-olds can defeat this logic, right? The 2-year-old looks at the dog, the canine. AI looks at the background. Like, oh, these things are the same, but only a wolf can be outside. That's your intelligence. So keep that in mind.
I think that raises an interesting question. I think and maybe many people, when they think about, we've heard a lot about the sort of positive, outcomes of using artificial intelligence in various forms. I think many of us, when we think about risk, we think about, Gabriella, what you're speaking to, which is the bias, right? The sort of force multiplier for bias. Are there risks outside of bias and disinformation, right? Because these, I think, are the two most common risks that people think about. Are there risks? And what made me think about that was, your, I think, very clear identification of like the way these systems think and the way a 2-year-old thinks is different, right? And so that is there a risk to the way people think, or are there other risks outside of the two that people primarily think about, disinformation and bias, that we should be having front of mind when we think about the use of artificial intelligence?
Yeah, just a few comments on the last question and this question. I want to echo what people have said before, that it is a force multiplier and it is changing things. And when you can write code so much faster, the demands on coders change too. And so, we're going to be like running as fast as we can to stay in the same place, so to speak, because the technology changes. And, guess what? Market forces and who's in charge and whatever, that hasn't really changed because of AI. So those forces are regrouping.
I think Gretchen has a plan for that.
Yeah, I mean, those forces are regrouping around the change situation and actually much faster than everyday people can regroup. So for me, it's very important that we get the tools in the hands of as many people as possible, empowerment, that we help them to understand what's involved in using them, and that we help them to be good critical thinkers with AI and just in general, because disinformation was a problem even before AI. It's become more and more of a problem as information technology looms larger in our political space. But we need better critical thinkers than we had 10 or 15 years ago. And in the next 10 years, we'll need even better ones. So there's a great danger that people will offload that critical thinking to AI, and then, they're sort of doubly harmed by it. As an educator, at the college level, that's part of what I try to do and what we try to do at Seamless. We want, a programmer, a coder on every block. We want people to be able to, we want developers from our communities. We want people in the chairmans of boards and so on from all over. So
yeah.
I guess now I'm gonna put my cyber hat on now, right? So how many people have Instagram on their phones? Raise their hand. How many people have TikTok on their phones? Let's raise their hand.
Y'all should not be raising your hand in here.
Yeah, so she absolutely knows where I'm going with this, right? So you asked what were some of the biggest risks are. Some of the biggest risks to me are us giving up our privacy to use these tools. And we think these tools are free, right? I can use Instagram, I don't have to pay anything. But guess why you don't have to pay anything? Because you're giving up your phone usage, you're giving up your interactions, you're giving up your preferences, you're giving up your likes. And these companies are using this data to train their algorithms, right? So the biggest risk to me is the loss of your personal information to the machine. Now, all of these large language models, well, most of them, not all of them, have the opportunity to turn off the sharing of your personal information. But most people don't use that option. Most people don't even know about that option, and sometimes it's hidden in some of the menus, right? So I would say the biggest risk is us willingly giving it up. And TikTok is a foreign-owned company. It's owned by an adversary to the United States. But we're giving an adversary insight to not only how we interact on TikTok, but also how we interact with other apps on our phone, the sequence of apps that we're using on our phone. So you just need to be aware of what we're giving up in order to utilize this technology, and even in order to utilize large language models. If you don't turn off the feature, everything that you're chatting with these large language models is being used to train the algorithm even more. So just be aware of that. I think that's one of the biggest risks.
To go with that, if you don't have to pay for a service, you are the product. And if you are not at the table, you are on the menu. So those are things to think about, and I'm gonna hold this up. This is another risk. Every time you have an LLM write an email, it's like pouring out this bottle of water. There are environmental risks that are associated with training these models, with using these models. There are cities in our country right now who are out of water because they host data centers for these large models. And so there are environmental impacts that are hidden costs of utilizing these tools that we also have to think about, because there's going to be no more water in certain places. And we were talking about the idea now that some companies are suggesting burying their data centers underwater so that they can stay cool. Where does the heat go from those? So in some place like Maryland, what would happen to our crabs? Would we be standing for that in this state? So, just think about those things as well. There's always a cost, and there are always going to be trade-offs, and the benefits don't outweigh not being able to drink water or breathe air.
I think that's a good final thought to move to questions. I don't know, maybe there's time for maybe just one question.
Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts. My name's Eliza. I work at the Pratt Library as a digital navigator, working primarily with patrons, building up the skills that we as professionals, take for granted, writing emails, typing documents, things like that. I appreciate how much you talked about your hope for as many people to use AI or practice with it to inform it, to minimize bias as much as possible. How do you see reconciling that accessibility and empowerment when the people that maybe like at the library, for example, are still building up that the skills foundation or even the conceptual understanding of how they would use it? So empowerment versus a lack of understanding or intentionality.
Was there a particular panelist you wanted to direct that to?
Any of them.
I don't know. Just one thought that we all start in the middle, basically, with learning stuff. So, I'm trying to learn how to write an email. I might also be learning how to use ChatGPT. There's no contradiction there. So I just say, as much, and what are the alternatives, right? We're either going to help people learn how to use this stuff or not. So.
And I guess what I would kind of say to that is, so in this space, we live in the science of trade-offs, right? So you have, accuracy, and you have explainability, you'll have empowerment, and you have the other side to that, right? So there's always going to be a yin and yang, because there's a yin and yang in life. So to me, what you can do is you have to be able to explain what some of the risks are, what some of the guardrails are. Then also you need to be a thought leader in this area to not have someone using the technology without that outside knowledge to assist them in understanding what they're using and what the best practices are. But there's going to be trade-offs in everything.
Let's give our panelists a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you.
Great. One more round of applause for our panelists. What a great discussion. Awesome. So we're on to a very exciting part of the program now. We are going to be celebrating the recipients of the Digital Equity Fund Round 2 grants. In April 2023, Baltimore City launched the Digital Equity Fund, led by the Office of Broadband and Digital Equity, to support the creation of community-led digital inclusion plans and provide funding for communities to bring those plans to life. And we have a lot of those first cycle grantees here in the room today who've been doing a lot of great work with those investments. This year, we're excited to celebrate the second round of funding with a focus on digital education and programming aimed at bridging the digital divide here in our city. And as a continued recognition of their commitment to this issue and to bridging the digital divide, I'm honored to welcome Mayor Brandon M. Scott to the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am truly honored to stand here today, and let's give it up for that panel again. Thank you very much. This is the second time this week that it made me think that I might have to not allow city employees to use ChatGPT, so Director Carter has his own panel to blame for that. I'm a little worried. I'm concerned. The concern is what it is, what's concern for me about what happens when we have that unlimited power of AI. But I'm really honored here to stand before you today to recognize and celebrate our community partners who have dedicated themselves to bridging the digital divide in Baltimore. Through their unwavering commitment and innovative approaches, I'm really confident that our city will continue to make strides in creating a more inclusive and connected city for all residents. And I want to take a moment here to recognize the digital equity team at BCID for all their hard work thus far. We have a long, long way to go, but when we think about where we were when we started this, we can see how real that progress is. But their initiatives will not only provide access to technology, but also empower communities, foster educational opportunities, and strengthen economic resilience. By breaking down the barriers and expanding access, they are paving the way for a more equitable future. It is a meaningful coincidence, I think, that this year's Digital Equity Week coincides with the city's annual Civil Rights Week. All week, the Office of Equity and Civil Rights is spending a time alongside its partners to honor both Baltimore's history and the civil rights movement and the ongoing work to move us forward. And the reason we're gathered here today centers on what I truly believe is one of the most important civil rights issues of our time: closing the digital divide and ensuring every Baltimorean, no matter where they live, what their income level is, has access to the tools that they need to tackle and thrive in the 21st century. Digital equity is a civil right. That is still out of reach for far too many people in Baltimore, particularly some who live in our most vulnerable populations, like those here in West Baltimore, young people at the risk of losing their connection to education, and older adults looking to stay in touch with their loved ones and keep up with a changing world, and even just simply talk to their doctor. Today, we are here to honor and support a number of great organizations who are tackling this work head on. And I want to extend my heartfelt gratitude to each and every one of you for your vision, your perseverance, and impact. Together, we are building a stronger, more resilient Baltimore, one where every voice is heard and every opportunity is within reach. Thank you again for your commitment to making Baltimore City a city where digital equity is not just a goal, but a reality. In my administration, I look forward to working with you hand in hand, keystroke by keystroke, to ensure that no resident is left behind in the pursuit of digital inclusion. I'll now actually, before we make the official presentations to our awardees, I'm also going to read a mayoral proclamation. This is a proclamation by me, Mayor Brandon Scott. Digital Inclusion Week, October the 7th through 11th, 2024. Whereas digital access, literacy, and equity are fundamental rights that empower individuals and communities, driving economic growth, educational advancement, and civic engagement. And whereas the city of Baltimore remains steadfast in its commitment to bridging the digital divide, ensuring all residents have access to the tools, resources, and opportunities necessary to thrive in an increasingly digital world. And whereas Digital Inclusion Week 2024 is a national event that highlights the importance of ensuring all individuals, regardless of age, race, income, or geographic location, can fully participate in our digital society. And whereas this week provides an opportunity to recognize the tireless efforts of our community organizations, educators, technology partners, and residents who work collaboratively to advance digital equity in Baltimore. And whereas initiatives such as free Be More Wi-Fi, digital skills training at our recreation centers, and the programs supported by Baltimore City's Digital Equity Fund have been instrumental in reducing the digital divide, fostering a more connected, informed, and empowered citizenry. And whereas the City of Baltimore honors the contributions of all those who have championed digital inclusion and calls upon all residents to join us in our efforts to promote digital literacy, expand access to technology, and ensure that no one is left behind. Therefore, I, Brandon Scott, Mayor of the City of Baltimore, do hereby proclaim October the 7th through 11th, 2024 as Digital Inclusion Week in Baltimore, and ask the people of Baltimore City to join me in raising awareness of digital equity and broadband access issues and doing all we can to close the digital divide. Thank you and congratulations. And now for the real reason why we're here. All right, there are three categories for these grant awards: digital literacy education and training, advanced digital education and IT fundamentals programming, digital creatives, and visual mark spaces programming. So first, can we get a little drum roll going here? In digital literacy education and training, we have four awardees. First, we have A Prosperous Tomorrow, awarded $200,000. Congratulations.
All right. Next up, we have John Hopkins School of Medicine, awarded $200,000. All right. Let's Thrive Baltimore, Inc., awarded $185,000. And last but not least in this category, we have Pass It On, awarded $200,000. All right, next in the Advanced Digital Education and IT Fundamentals programming, we have Baltimore City Youth Architectural Design Collaborative, awarded $40,000. They're not here today, but we still give them the money, don't worry. Next, we have Code in the Schools, awarded $200,000. Next, we have Dent Education, awarded $200,000. And last but not least, thank you, congratulations. In this category is Empower Inc., awarded $200,000. We do it at the end, Lisa. Don't worry, we got you. All right, and finally, in the digital creatives and virtual mark spaces programming, we have Let's Go Boys and Girls, awarded $200,000. And last but not least, we need a drum roll since this is the last one. We have OpenWorks awarded $200,000. Let's make a round of applause for all of our awardees. Let's Thrive Baltimore. Let's take y'all picture over again since Miss Lisa is here now.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Hold it down. I already got that.
Congratulations, everybody.
All right, and what a great way to transition to lunch. So everybody go ahead. We can get lined up for lunch right now. We'll come back around 12:45. free library.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're excited to discuss the very timely topic of misinformation, how it affects our community and society, and what we can do to mitigate the effects of misinformation. We will also have time for Q&A at the very end of the panel, so get ready to stop our panel. Joining us today, we have Monique Tate, co-director from Community Tech NY. We have Melanie Waxman, Tech Knowledge Hub concierge at the Edward A. Meyerberg Center. Colin Campbell, founder and IT solutions designer at Sentinel Forge Technologies. And then last but not least, Millie Godfrey, my fellow colleague, information systems training manager at accessibility, we will also describe ourselves. So my name is Chelsea. I'm a mixed race woman wearing an orange patterned blouse and black pants. And I'll have our panel describe themselves as well.
Good afternoon, pleasure to be here. My name is Monique Tate, and I am an African American woman wearing a black shirt and a tan jacket.
Hi, I am Melanie Waxman. I am a white woman wearing a navy sleeveless shirt.
My name is Colin Hamill. I'm a white man wearing a borderline ridiculous green patterned shirt. And I'm also wearing jeans. Glad to be here today.
Hello, I'm Millie Godfrey, and I'm a black woman. I'm wearing a black, gray, and white patterned jacket and black slacks.
Thank you so much. And if I don't address someone specifically, we'll also address ourselves by name. So this is Chelsea again. All right, so to get started, how has the spread of online misinformation evolved in recent years, and what are its most significant impacts on society? And I'll have Colin start us off.
So, what has been the impact of misinformation? So, quite simply, largely the same effect that adding gasoline to a fire has on that event. Misinformation, especially with what we just talked about with technologies like AI, email, the internet, we put things in fancy words. Let's call it what it is. They're lies. We've always had liars as a society. However, now the liars can get their message out globally before we even have the opportunity to respond. And with social media, you can share a lie with the click of a button. And so that's been the big challenge, and it's really led to this sort of spread of persistent pieces of misinformation, and also, as in my mind, lowered trust with our society at large. So, does that answer your question?
Yes. I think they're also asking us to bring the mics a little bit closer. Thank you. To kind of add to that, what do we think the role, you alluded to it already, but what does the rest of the panel think? What role does social media algorithms play in amplifying misinformation, and how can we address this? Melanie? Perfect.
I don't know if you've all seen, as somebody called me out earlier for being of the older generation, if you've ever seen those commercials like you tell two friends and they tell two friends and blah, 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 that's basically algorithms. So any of that, what Colin just said, that misinformation that you put out there, the more people see it, or the more people that comment on it, good or bad, is going to make it more viral. So you're not seeing just the one piece, but then other people are going in. And I think it even gets worse because, yes, I watch The Real Housewives. I watch a train wreck, okay? But if you look just at the comments, that's what you're watching. You're watching a train wreck of people who are not real, that you can touch in many cases, and it only makes the misinformation worse. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. And to kind of go on to that, you're talking about virality. Are there any good strategies we have for detecting that misinformation before it goes viral? Anyone like to answer that?
So, detecting the misinformation, by the time you can detect it, how do we detect when something has gone viral? Much the same way like with COVID-19, once something has truly gone viral, it's spread almost beyond the ability to stop it. You have to detect it, and you almost have to digitally inoculate people against believing it in the first place. Because, again, that comes back to critical thinking, having people have real live human beings that they know, that are in their community, that they trust, that they can turn to. And that can be anyone. That could be a member of your family, one of your, a friend that works in the IT industry. It could be a minister. It could be your grandchild. Whoever that person is, it could be a digital navigator at the Pratt Library. There's all sorts of trust relationships we can have. It's just important that, one, when people come to us asking about it, is one thing I'll say is be kind. It's way too easy to just think that the person who's asking about something is just stupid and dismissing them. And you know what that person's, they're never going to ask you again. You've insulted them now, and we've made the problem worse. So again, it's approaching it with the patience that you would if you were providing support to your own parents, is what I say.
I'll do this. Okay, I have a different take on this, and that's because I have a team of digital navigators and computer instructors. So we started at the very beginning because my students would ask you, well, how do I get to misinformation? You know, how do I find it? And that is after we teach them that this is a computer, it's a laptop, it's a Chromebook, here's how you turn it on, and then here is how you get to the internet. So that's what's first. And then they say, okay, well then how do I learn about misinformation? So we teach them about, even though it's not popular, Wikipedia, a Google search, different types of searches to help them to disseminate what is correct, what is not correct, and then let them judge for themselves.
Thank you. And in thinking about that too, I thought about, even myself, AI is out there and you're on Twitter. I don't call it X. And you're on Twitter and you see the community note after you like something and it's like updated, 24 hours later, but you're like, also, how did that person get that information? Is that also true in the community note? So I know it can get kind of convoluted, but those are also some things I'm thinking about as we can help others identify misinformation.
Yeah. Just a quick comment because I know you want to stay on track on schedule.
Oh, no, you're good.
I'll say healthy skepticism. That there's a quote, and I'm probably going to mess it up, so just my own paraphrase. It's hear and listen to everything, but also go back and check. So check the facts, and that's what we have to make a conscientious effort to do, is to check the facts. So we can't take everything for what it is. We just have to have a healthy dose of skepticism about most things and double check it as much as we can. Or really, it's triple and more.
And some of those places to check things, and I think people don't know these, are like Snopes.com, Polifact.com. You can find those specific places. And I always say I teach older adults, I always say to them, you want 3 sources you trust.
Yep. And just to echo this also goes for not just things you disagree with, but actually even more so with people that you agree with. Like the one thing I just want to make sure everyone knows is there are foreign adversaries that are trying to tear us apart, and they found that the best way they can do that is through social media, and we'll do it ourselves. They don't care about your politics. They don't care what side of the spectrum you're on. They are just trying to make you angry. So if you're getting information that really, really agrees with your worldview and almost seems too good to be true, stop, say, wait, is someone trying to manipulate me here? Is this real or is it not? Because I would say that's even more destructive, is when you believe something, it's tribal. It's just part of my identity believing this, and I will disregard any information to the contrary about what's true or not because it makes me feel unhappy. And again, that's what the bad guys are trying to get us to do. It's not these people's fault.
Yeah, and I was thinking not even just the bad guys, but also your algorithm will become what you like, and so you'll keep seeing those things over and over. So that's kind of just how technology works now. Yep. But just to pivot slightly, how can digital literacy education help individuals become more resilient to online misinformation? And I'll pivot to Monique for this one to start.
Thank you. Digital literacy is critical because a lot of what I do in my work is have new adopters. I'm introducing people to the internet and inspiring them to want to use it because there are so many necessities, but also in the same line, warning them that you're going to, now that you're actively online, you're going to receive more information. So them understanding that what you can't click, what you should not ever accept, what you need to validate, all of those things come from the digital literacy, and we're all educators in that. We also do something, and Community Tech is the name of our organization. We call it Community Teching It, and that's where if we find out something new, we have an easy way to explain it, especially to new users, we always want to share that. If we have, as Snopes was mentioned, I give Snopes to everyone, because it really has come back as being very accurate in saying is something true or not, because the viral way of information spreading is makes everyone think it's literal and that it's real. But I know somebody who collected that money. No, you don't. Go to Snopes and read that, because nobody did ever collect that money from that letter that said that they were going to receive it. So just knowing that they need to continue to double check everything and making sure that people just don't go online without knowledge and without information, especially new users, regrettably, have to be almost treated like children with not having access to everything. It's easier, especially I find it from my parents, to block certain things, because that way it will prevent them from having those issues and errors, because my dad's been hacked several times. So the digital literacy and understanding, and even understanding I'm not good at this, I'm going to call and ask someone for help. Our local libraries, and thank God they're there, and continue to not be trying to be taken over by online or the internet, because that's a wonderful resource not only for access but for information, assistance, and help.
Thank you so much. And would anyone else like to speak to that one?
I could add that our older computer users are actually afraid. And they are afraid because of this misinformation. It's really scaring them to death. And so they have a great reluctancy to even get on the internet. So education is essential to letting them know that if you were well versed, and we try to show them where to go, how to go, and we're available to answer questions so that they can feel a little bit more comfortable. But they are scared.
I just wanted to say that during COVID, one of the things was, because I work with senior adults, is you don't want to go into the doctor if you don't need to, you want to stay home or whatever. But even after those first few months, they were still scared. And I would say that my people, very few died from COVID, but many died literally because of COVID, because of the scare and everything that went along with that. And that was a lot of misinformation that they got.
And that's again, this is almost the challenge that I want to leave there, that if you are someone that has the capability to provide this kind of help, volunteer your time, talk to your neighbors, talk to people in your community, and let them know that, again, it's okay to ask for help. In fact, I feel better if you ask for help, and older adults are not stupid. They just didn't have the benefit of growing up with this stuff. That's it. I remember, I'm ancient in some circles online. I'm 42 years old. So obviously I remember the time before. They used to print out the internet. It was called an encyclopedia, and you could go to a library and you could get it. And I actually, it almost makes me feel sad, where my high school would not allow me. Wikipedia was new, but we weren't allowed to use it. And I asked why, and they said, well, someone might put something that isn't real on there that is fake. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Why would someone waste their time putting fake information on the internet? And now I look back and I'm like, my teachers were really smart. They knew what was going on. So, but again, it's awareness. And once someone is inoculated against this sort of stuff, once you learn not to click the link from someone who says that they're royalty from a foreign country and only you can help me get my $10 million, most people, once they're taught that, they will never click on that again. And we can make it harder, frankly, for the bad guys to get money, because that's what they're doing this for the most part.
Thank you so much. And then kind of going into, fear, as well as trying to educate people, how might emerging technologies like deepfakes and AI-generated content exacerbate this misinformation problem? And we'll start with Monique again.
How long you got?
We got some time still.
I will say that it has created an exponential concern, because the ability for AI to replicate our voices and to be able to present itself or misrepresent itself, not only as though it's us, but as though it's those trusted figures, and especially politicians, and even whether it is in, no matter what sector you're talking about, whether it's religion, whether it's education or politics, or even private sector, that's extremely scary. Not just something that exists, but it's scary because to hear yourself replicated and sounding like you're the one calling or talking to your children or to your parents or to your coworkers about something and it's not you. So that healthy degree of skepticism that I spoke about earlier, it's something that we have to live with now forever. Just like with COVID and wearing and still wearing masks sometimes. That's just something we have to live with forever because we know it's something that will exist. But those technologies on these large word models like ChatGPT and all of that providing information to us, we can never take it as 100% correct. I'm going to give one more example to make time for the panel. One of my favorite people when I listen to and talk about tech is Dr. Safiya Noble. She's a professor at UCLA, and she wrote the book Algorithms of Oppression. When I'm thinking about what she shared as far as we have to look at these AI models and think about how accurate are they really. She did a test on ChatGPT when it was originally released. In her area of expertise, where of course she knows all of the facts, she asked it questions about that, and she said it came back ridiculously incorrect. It was citing examples that were just made up. So even with absolutely, yes, they were made up. So if you're trying to test that kind of an AI model, ask about subjects where you already know the answers first and see how accurate it's going to come back. How do you make a pound cake? And if it talks about all you do is mix up some eggs and some water and some flour, you already know that information's wrong. So that's my skepticism, my healthy skepticism in all things. Turning it over.
I wanted to say that, you know, I work with, my people are retired. And this is just one instance, but this happens at least once a month. And that's only because I don't see everyone. I just see one segment of my population who dare to come and learn more, sadly. But they fall for a scam. Their grandchild's voice is being replicated. And one of my guys, a local doctor, fell for it, $5,000 cash to an attorney who came to his house, okay? It was really not good. And he insisted on telling me, and he said, tell people. And once we got it out and he found the strength to not be embarrassed anymore, which took a while before he came to me, then more people started to speak up. We're scaring people. That's where AI is really hurting my older population. But if we educate them, it can make a change.
Yes. I'll just echo that. It's all education and just that awareness of, again, we know about certain types of email scams. Now it's the thing we have to now live with, that we also have to know certain types of AI scam and just be aware that this person that I'm talking to might not be a real person. And that's a tough place to be, but that's where we get into how do I know? How do I trust? How do I verify? And if you can't verify, you really have to think long and hard about maybe not trusting this person until they can prove themselves. Like, make the onus on them to prove that they're telling the truth as opposed to you having to go out and chase down a bunch of lies.
Yeah. And recognize that it's coming through every medium. It's not just going to come through as a phone call or a message, but it's coming to your email, it's coming to your phone, it's coming to your text messages. So in any way anyone can try. So when we talked about earlier ways to protect ourselves, for text messaging, if you don't recognize it and it looks weird, delete it. Don't even, let it go to spam. Don't even open these various things. Just go ahead and delete them. If they really need to get you, they're going to find another way, if they're really family, friends, or whomever trying to provide you with something. So just recognize we have to challenge every medium as well.
And I just had a thought. This is specifically directed towards if there happen to be any publicly elected officials here. When you're raising money for an election, can you please not send out the kind of text messages that have a shortened link? from a person I don't know, like, that's insane sort of thing that we're asking people to click on links. I get about a dozen of these things a day, and I don't know if all of them are legitimate because they're all these different organizations. So can we just stop, if at all possible? I know it works, but like, there's a real consequence to, I don't check my phone for texts anymore because they're all fake as far as I'm concerned, and that's sad.
Yeah, there are a lot of them.
And kind of talking about all the things that are out there, what solutions right now are being developed to combat misinformation, and how promising do you think they are? And I'll start with Colin as well. Or anybody else who wants to take it.
It's tough because I almost feel like there is no technological solution to this problem, because if the solution is always more technology, that also empowers the bad guys. You know, if we see a use AI to catch misinformation, well, they're just going to use it even more. Like, this is not a game we can win. So we almost have to go back to basic, remember community, our neighbors, and this is Rich coming from a millennial, but talk to people in the real world that you actually know that live near you. They're called neighbors. You could like talk to them and stuff like that. Some of them might even work in the IT field like mine. I work from home, so I have older adult neighbors that if they had a problem, they could come to my house, and you know, but they don't know that I'm there. So it's just a matter of how do we communicate better, like human beings in person, like we're doing right now, you know, as opposed to just being another voice out on the internet.
I think also as an educator and one who specializes in teaching the older population, I've actually found that if you listen attentively to what your audience is saying, you can come up with your solutions as to why they have a fear or why this misinformation is affecting them. As Colin mentioned, something about it's not just on the internet; it's email, it's text messages, and so when they get this information, they just think because they're getting it, it's real. It's the real world. Somebody's sending me something, and I have this thing from whatever bank it is, but we had to convince them that you don't even bank there. Don't be afraid. Just delete it. Don't take pictures of it. Don't save it. So we have to find our solutions by listening attentively to the needs of our audience in order for us to find out what they need so that we can produce whatever kind of digital literacy solution it is to help each individual person.
I also think that we have to be real and we have to be honest. And we have to say things like, I know that if you want to be more safe, because nobody's totally safe, and say that, you need to have a different password for every single account. It has to have this, that, and the other. And then I look at them and I say, but I don't do that. And I bet all of you don't do that. So how can we combat that and not make it such a risk? Take 10 different passwords. Let's talk through compound words. Let's talk through phrases. Let's talk about things you can remember. So at least you are being safer than what you're doing, because I know that you're hearing all this, and I'm hearing it too, but I know that we're not personally equipped to be able to do it the safest way. Be real.
And kind of going into that as well, it kind of leads into our next question. How can media literacy programs be improved to better equip people to identify and resist misinformation? And we'll also start with Melanie for that one. You kind of talked about, being real, maybe one way.
Well, it's this sentence to me. Who benefits from this information? If we sit and think about who benefits from the information we're reading, we're getting off an email, then we can kind of work backwards. It's like, the billboards. If someone tells you on a billboard, don't do it, come on. You have to work backwards and see why that was put in place, why that email came to you, and what was the purpose behind it. And again, who's going to benefit from it?
The one thing, and this just gets to education, is start as young as you possibly can. Again, I grew up in a very unique slice when we sort of didn't have computers, and then we did. I'm speaking as a father of an 8-year-old son who has never known a time without computers, without stuff. And I just assumed that young people had this innate ability to pick this stuff up. And then my son was watching something with it was a very obvious to me robot voice. I'm like, Ryan, do you think that's a real person? He said, yeah. I'm like, oh my goodness. So it's just teaching, like, this is why are people lying? I mean, he's coming to me with, he's at that age where some of his schoolmates are coming with fantastic stories about how they broke all the bones in their body, and he wants to believe them. And I'm like, he's not telling the truth here, where you got to gently explain this to them through repetition so that they grow up. Again, the reason the older adults are having this, they didn't have the benefit of growing up. The youth do not have that excuse. And so it's up to us to educate them about not being just a consumer of technology, but a user of technology, is how I put it.
And you're all doing an amazing job of linking all the questions, because our last one is, what role should schools and educational institutions play in teaching critical thinking skills to combat misinformation? And we'll start with Millie.
Okay, so one of the things that I've learned throughout the years is to make sure that when we are instructing, when we're training, to actually have our students think it out. So I have a presentation, and we'll begin to talk about it, and then I may take the presentation and throw it up in the air. Just forget about it. So what do you have on your mind? What are your thoughts on this presentation? And what do you want to learn? So I get them to think about what it is that's affecting them, think about what it is that they're learning or trying to learn, and then think about what they want to digest. And I think that that helps a lot with critical thinking, because it allows them to say, hey, I've thought this process out. I feel good about it. I think I know what I'm doing, and I feel comfortable. So with that misinformation, when it comes, I think they'll have the skills in order to be able to say that this is real, this is not, or that I need more information.
I was going to say also, in addition to that, because I too love the idea of just throwing it up in the air. I always over-prepare. But I like to find their interests. And if you've ever met an older adult who doesn't like to show you pictures of their grandchildren, then that's interesting to me, because when I show them and I ask them to show me a picture, I then show them how they can go to their albums in their device, and through facial recognition, they could pull up all the pictures of their grandchildren by face, and then they could pull up and see what places that those pictures are taken from, and let them know they've been using AI for many, many years already that they did not realize, and that really kind of gets them, because photos they are not willing to get rid of or do anything about except for keep, more, more, more. The other thing is that I also let them know that these devices have like little secrets for older adults. Like, for example, if all of you took out your phone right now and you went to your phone app as if you were making a call, if you look at what the symbol is by voicemail, what is it? Anybody? Somebody said it. It's a cassette tape. Do you think my child, and he's 22 and 20, know what a cassette tape is? Okay? But it's meant symbols, colors. When you're teaching older adults, no black and white. I sent back a batch of books because they came in black and white. Symbols and colors matter. That's what attracts. And it's multi-intelligence education, wherever they're at. Visual learners or learners who from hearing. We have lots of options here. We can't forget that we're educators just because we're educating a different age group.
Thank you so much. And with that, we will actually take it out to the audience for any Q&A you might have. And is there somebody with a mic? Oh, yes. Any questions? Right up here.
Thanks, you all. This is of a lot of interest to me. Talking about misinformation or disinformation is very specific, but there's something that happens with the algorithm where we end up curating a reality that's often based on confirmation bias. How do you all, or have you all, addressed that? Because what I find is the algorithm locks you into a silo of thinking, a silo of information, a silo of people, And do you all talk to your folks about that to say what they can do, in a sense, to break the algorithm so that the silo, there's some porosity in their silo, that they'll see different information and be exposed to different ideas? So it's not wrong information, it's just everything is leaning in one direction or the other.
The way that the metaphor that I like to think of is the algorithm is like you walk into a restaurant and it's an infinite buffet with all sorts of food. But then as you start putting food on your plate, the choices of what you get, you took the roast beef. So now you're just seeing roast beef sandwiches, hamburgers. Maybe you would have been interested in chicken, but now that's no longer on the menu because you foolishly clicked on the wrong thing. It's almost fun sometimes. What I do is I will log out and just go to the same websites, just anonymous. Or sometimes if I'm using an app, I'll ask, I use YouTube all the time. I almost want to ask people sometimes, if you search for this word, what are the top 10 videos that you get? Because I would bet dollars to donuts that it is extremely different. And just when you see it happening, or if you go to the front page of YouTube not logged in, I'm like, this isn't the website that I go to. That's weird. Having an awareness of it helps. If you know you're being manipulated, it helps. I don't know how to fix the algorithms because they keep changing them, but we know how they're working. And when you start seeing more and more things appear on that buffet, sometimes you can deliberately say, well, change it because I don't want it to be like that.
I use the example of MSNBC versus Fox News, okay? If you are a Fox News watcher, you're not watching a lot of other stations, and vice versa with CNN or MSNBC. So you have to look. You can't just watch one. You need to open your mind to others. I love his way of doing it. Signing out, signing back in. I'm going to try that.
Yes.
But encouraging people to do that will break the cycle, or if nothing else, add more questions and bewilderment, which can also be a great way to get more people wanting to learn. So that would be the main thing I would say.
Yes, I agree. I'm up here with a lot of thinkers that are similar to me because the words come out of their mouth is exactly what's on my mind. But and I do that exact same thing. I watch varying news in particular intentionally so that I want to hear all perspectives, one, whether I agree with them or not, and I want to be able to break my algorithm so that it was like, we don't really know what this listener is or who this listener is. So I think that that's important for us. I also use the incognito portion of our app. So when we are going online, and you can go online and you can select the incognito menu that allegedly does not recall or retain your history. Allegedly. So in doing that, I will sometimes get a different perspective. I've even tested this at other people's homes. Like when I visit my family members, I'll go online and I'll see what I'm going to get back when I log onto their computer or I'm on their phone to see if different information comes back. One thing I want to encourage all of us, though, to be aware of and present in, and that is policy, and that is tech policy. Because whenever any public entity, especially media, is using a replicated or AI voice or replication of someone's face, and definitely it wasn't them saying that, I think it needs to be disclosed. Just like we see a Surgeon General warning on cigarettes and other things, it needs to be disclosed and run across a banner at the bottom or the top, whether we're online on a website or whether we are watching something on television. And that kind of tech policy is what we get to stand behind. So we can request these sort of things and eventually get to our ballots, because tech is going to have to be regulated. We cannot just willingly allow everything to be present in its current state as it exists.
Thank you so much. I think we have time for one more question. Here. Up the front table.
For me, my question is, in a world where we're still combating digital inequity, how are we going to be supporting youth in equipping them with the skills to receive the information if there's already a misalignment with the information that's given to under-resourced youth or to under-resourced areas.
So how can we ensure that there's an equitable outcome here? And I think that's really where the public schools, our public institutions, which are charged with that kind of dissemination, that it should be part of our curriculum, again, at a very, very early age, where I don't care if you're from an urban community, from a rural community, we're still just as vulnerable to misinformation. And, you know, I have this fond memory of what the internet was supposed to do. It was supposed to bring us all together and make it impossible to do this sort of thing. And now I look at it and it's like, what have you done? So it's really about just, again, having conversations like this, realizing that this isn't, again, one group is not being targeted more than we're all targeted. We are all equally being targeted, and our adversaries, and I use that word deliberately, these are adversaries that wish us harm. If we understand that we're all ultimately on the same team, I think that will help with a lot of that it's not like, well, that information's wrong because it's from here or something like that. So.
And I think that it starts with us, all of us, as far as reaching out to schools, reaching out to PTAs, reaching out to communities to make sure that we encourage them to include all of our youth in these enterprises, not just the ones that live in the affluent counties, but the ones that live in the urban areas that don't have an opportunity to have the advantages as other counties. So we have to make sure that we are all as equal, not as possible, but that we're all as equal so that we can start off on the same foot.
Yes, and I'll say working within our communities is essential to that perspective, because I work for a nonprofit and I intentionally do work in communities, in underserved and underrepresented communities for those very reasons, because I know that getting the message to within our communities is not always the same. It's much easier to lay hands on somebody, not just, you know, I'm speaking to you from this forum, but it's different if I come and sit beside you at a table and I start talking to you. And I think that's the way that we reach not only our youth, but most in our communities, is that we literally have to be there. Go to the community-based organizations, the block club meetings, the tenant meetings, and connect with the people who are literally there, because we have a different resource. And we have to be in those spaces to make relationships, because that's also where the trust comes from. I can't just show up one day out of a month or maybe out of 6 months, and then I might have some wonderful information and great things to share, but they like, I don't even know who that is. Who is that? Y'all ever seen that lady before? So no, we have to establish our relationships right there on the ground with people. And we also are going to then be able to respond to their need. What information is it that they do need? And that's exactly what we'll get from them.
I just wanted to say that I think when you specifically asked about youth, which was before I worked in this field, that's where I was. And I was the principal of a supplemental school, and I worked with other educators, and then I was in Baltimore County Public Schools. And one of the things that I insisted on, which did not work, because I believe other people were thinking old school, so maybe I'm wrong, but I would say, everybody take out your cell phones, okay? You're talking, I taught middle school and high school. Take out your cell phones, put them face up on your desk. They're all like, what is she doing? It's your job to learn when it's appropriate to look at something or ignore it. Instead of telling them to put it away where they hide it and look under their desks at it, okay, let's do something that's actually teaching them. As she spoke before, we are not doing the things that we're not teaching the things we should be teaching to our youth. We're still asking them to regurgitate things that they can Google, okay? Critical thinking, life skills. I don't know about you, but like I said over there, I mean, parallelogram season is coming up soon, right? Okay? This is something that we need to change. We need to think differently, not about getting rid of them, but how to utilize all this wonderful technology, and I think it's wonderful, to our advantage.
It's a great note to go out on. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you to our panelists who helped solve the misinformation crisis in 40 minutes. But all jokes aside, we hope that this gives you more to think about and approaches we can use to help protect our community from misinformation. Thank you.
Thank you. You guys were awesome. I want to get more information from you. Do you have a card? I have digital. How come we
All right, so thank you to our panelists again. We are going to go into a brief 5-minute break. Well, closer to 3 minutes now. We're going to get started at 1:30 with our next panel. So please feel free, grab water, drinks. I did want to quickly draw attention to hopefully a flyer you all saw when you came in for an event this evening in celebration of Digital Inclusion Week, hosted by one of the Cycle 2 grantees, A Prosperous Tomorrow. Discover the Power of AI, and that will be at Enoch Pratt Central Branch Library. Panel up on stage. We still have another great discussion before we let you all go.
Hey, come on, guys. Come on, guys.
All right. Our last panel is focusing on, I think, a very, very important topic that's been hinted at a lot today. That is, what is living in a post-ACP world? And I know we use a lot of acronyms, so if you're not familiar with ACP, that's the Affordable Connectivity Program. I'm sure these folks will talk a little bit more about that. But I'm going to pass it over to our moderator, William Honablu Jr., the Digital Equity Coordinator for Baltimore City's Office of Broadband and Digital Equity. The inaugural.
The inaugural.
The inaugural.
We can share, don't worry.
So, in case you all don't know, I have low self-esteem, so if you could clap louder, that would be awesome. All right, well, I appreciate you all greatly. Our panelists are getting some last-minute tech advice because we want to make sure that you all can hear. Is that okay? So, one, it's lonely up here, so I need some response. I come from a long family of ministers, so the call and response thing is going to, amen, amen, amen. So what I need you all to be actively engaged in what we're doing. Is that okay? Well, all right. So, again, my name is William Miles Honolulu Jr. I have the privilege and honor of being the inaugural digital coordinator for Baltimore City. I am an African-American man of a certain age. I have on a blue BCIT polo, thank you, polo, golf shirt, and I have on blue jeans, and I'm cute. So we're going to be talking about today the Affordable Connectivity Program and what life looks like after that. How many people are familiar with the Affordable Connectivity Program? All right, so for those of you all who are not, I'm going to just do a quick update, quick description of what it is. The Affordable Connectivity Program was a program that came out in December of 2021 to assist individuals to pay for broadband. One of the things that we found out during the pandemic was, for many of us, we had been advocating about digital inequity and things like that, but when it happened, everybody found out. It became very clear, very stark, very clearly about how bad or how great the digital divide was. And what we also realized is that there were groups of people who didn't have access to broadband. Everything was moving remotely and people just did not have access. And so the government did a number of things. One of them was to create the Affordable Connectivity Program out of the Emergency Broadband Benefit and some other programs like that. The Affordable Connectivity Program was designed for individuals who made a certain amount of the federal poverty line. I think it was 200% at first, and then for individuals who had Medicaid, basically people who were on the lower end of the socioeconomic status. And what this program did, it provided $30 in addition. It provided $30 for their internet bill. So if you had a $200 internet bill, you'd get $30 toward it. If you had a $29 internet bill, you'd get $30 toward it. You wouldn't get the extra dollar. You wouldn't get that, but the $29 would be covered.
And 50 for indigenous.
And 75 for indigenous. And in Maryland, there was the Maryland Broadband Benefit, which put an extra $15 on top of it. This sounds amazing, doesn't it?
Except.
No, so no, it doesn't. It doesn't sound amazing. That's what y'all are going to do. Y'all, it's not amazing. Okay, all right. It was amazing. It lasted for 29 months. Then Congress said, well, we don't like each other, so we can't agree on a budget, so we can't afford or figure out how to put money back into the Affordable Connectivity Program. It was unfortunate because 23 million people a month were using that program. In Baltimore, between January and May of this year, because it ended in May, between January and May, $9.7 million went out in Baltimore City. That's how much got covered. Remember, this is $30 a pop. Think about that. We had $1.9 million on average per month, and 364,961 people's bills got paid during that time frame. And they said, no, thank you. So it's important to understand what this means to individuals and what it means to the community. And now I'm going to go to our panelists to introduce themselves, because that's important. And also to talk about what they have seen since the ACP has gone away, what life looks like after that.
Shall we go down first?
We can, yeah, this makes sense because you're close. You're closer here and we can just go down.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dawn Kierstetter. I'm the Director of Government and Community Affairs. I am a Black woman. I have lighter skin, curly hair. I'm wearing a black blazer jacket, black t-shirt, dark blue jeans, and guess what? Mix match black pumps. I have my left black pump, I just realized, is the Michael Kors like matte, and the right one is a 9 West shiny, okay? So that's my story today.
Yeah, you can just do the intros right now, unless you have something you want to add about what's changed since the end of the ACP.
Well, I was going to do that when we come back.
Okay, so let's go through introductions, and then we'll go back through about what happened at the end of the ACP.
Awesome. Hi, good afternoon. It's good to see everyone, all 10 people left after lunch. But yes, I'm Chrissy Powell, Chrissy Bowman, formerly Powell. I am a 5'6", so Black woman. I have a slick back. My hair is, I think since COVID happened, I say a snatch back is what I do every day. So yeah, I'm excited to be here, excited to talk about ACP, the Affordable Connectivity Program that has left us this year, unfortunately. I'll pass it over to you, Sam.
First off, welcome everyone. I really appreciate everyone staying for this panel. I'm Sam Musgrave. I'm the Interim Executive Director at the Baltimore Digital Equity Coalition. I am a white woman. My hair is also snatched back. And I am wearing glasses and long sleeve black shirt, long sleeve black pants, and black shoes for simplicity. And I'm really excited to be here as well. So I'll pass it over to Vishnu.
Hi everyone, I'm Vishnu Priya Desai. You can just call me Vishnu. I work with Office of Statewide Broadband with Ronnie as a Digital Equity Program Manager. I am South Asian, come from India. I have open hair today, and I'm wearing a gray-brown kind of a blazer with a black shirt.
All right, so Vishnu, let's start with you.
Oh, I thought I was the last.
Well, see, this is the
May the last
you all,
be the
okay.
first.
So, what is it? Back office baseball. I don't really know baseball, so I know it's not back office. But whatever it is, we had a meeting beforehand, and I caught an audible and changing everything. It's going to be awesome. So, Vishnu,
Yes.
tell us a little bit about what you've seen change in the digital ecosystem when it comes to broadband since the ACP has gone away.
So I actually have done a little bit of research, and I'm going to use those numbers correctly. I'm talking to a lot of choir here, so I'm not going to go into explaining the strong relationship that ACP had with the broadband adoption, but just to kind of give you an idea, 6 million Americans who were making less than $20,000 a year, they had no internet subscription. And by 2023, as a result of ACP, there was a decrease in that number. So there was like 3.4 million then, which I think really goes to stress the importance. Obviously, ever since the ACP has ended, we do see a decline of, let's say, there are a group of people that have signed off from internet services and subscribing to those. I do have some numbers, and this is from a very favorite source that myself and Sam share, the Benton Institute. First of all, can we give a big round of applause to Benton Institute for all the study they do? Thank you. And they mentioned that there was about 13% of decline that people signed off, continuing their broadband services after ACP ended. We don't have any more data in sort of measuring what are the outcomes and the results that have happened, but knowing that there was a strong connection with the broadband adoption that affects, the telehealth services, some of the social care life services. And I feel that as time goes by, we are going to see significantly impacting our rural communities, especially because it further adds to the barrier of already the transportation and the lack of resources that they have. And now not even having broadband is going to further add more to that difficulty.
Absolutely. Sam, do you want to tell us a little bit from your vantage point what the world looks like now that the ACP is gone?
I wish we had another hour to talk about this, but I'll speak a little bit about Baltimore in particular. So here in Baltimore City, 34% of households in Baltimore were enrolled in the ACP and receiving that $30 monthly benefit. This isn't a program where 5% or 3% of citizens were enrolled and participating. In Baltimore, it was 34% of households were receiving that $30 per month benefit. And we need to really quantify that in meaningful ways. And I will plug the broadband or the Benton Institute on Broadband and Society's report on the quantification of ACP in terms of economic impact. Because I think when we talk about a subsidy program, it's critically important for us to speak to that the numbers, right? And so in Baltimore, I did a little bit of back of the napkin math while I was sitting here this morning. Using Dr. John Horrigan's formulas and the data that he's extrapolated about the ACP nationwide. Here in Baltimore, for every dollar that was spent on the ACP, $2.71 in benefits were generated for users of the ACP. And that's spread out in three ways. The first is that it provided access to more meaningful job and employment opportunities. There was an actual benefit to income generation for customers who were enrolled in the ACP and who were new adopters of internet service. In addition to that, when you're thinking about that 22% or so of ACP enrollees that were using the benefit to enroll in broadband service for the first time or to adopt internet service for the first time, that really created a quantifiable amount of savings for them in their access to e-commerce. So imagine if you don't have access to e-commerce, you can't order things online, you can't compare prices online, you can't go on Instacart and check out the cost comparisons across the grocery stores in your neighborhood. There is an economic disadvantage to that. And so when we talk about the benefit of the actual cost benefit of the ACP, it's really important to talk in real numbers. And here in Baltimore, that is really significant. The other thing that I'll say is that as we're looking at the landscape for what's the future, what's a world like without an ACP, I want to really caution ourselves in saying, we might have an ACP. There's still the potential of us to renew this program. There have been multiple bipartisan bills before Congress that have existed to sustain the benefit. And I'll say that we can't lose hope and sight of that when we look at a program that was so good at generating meaningful change and meaningful positive impact on community members. So I think we'll know a lot more about that after this election cycle. But I certainly want to tell everyone, don't lose hope that the ACP is gone forever or that versions of broadband subsidy programs are gone forever. We certainly can take that on as a state, as a municipality, and I'm looking forward to that. Beyond that, I really want to just talk a little bit about the ACP's threat to future federal programming. All of us may be aware of the BEAD program, right? The Broadband Equity Access and Deployment Program, which has invested $65 billion into broadband infrastructure projects. We've also seen programs like the Capital Projects Fund, which Maryland got $100 million in capital projects fund money to build out new infrastructure to serve people with internet access. A requirement in all of those programs for providers who chose to participate in those grant programs was to participate in the ACP. And the reason that's important is that now that the ACP is gone, we're now seeing that become a threat to the future of these programs. There is not an affordable program subsidy that helps providers to sustain their service models beyond the initial investment of infrastructure dollars. And so as we look down the barrel of BEAD programming, of spending capital infrastructure dollars here, we have to connect them directly to the subsidy programs that were intentionally designed to sustain these projects. So the future is really dependent on us creating subsidy programs that work for our communities, and that work for the providers that are here delivering that service.
Cool in the gang. I appreciate you. Chris.
Oh, goodness. Yeah, I want to follow up, not necessarily from a data perspective. I thank you for sharing that amazing data. But from a perspective or a lens of community, as Sam mentioned, we had 34% of Baltimoreans who signed up and enrolled in the Affordable Connectivity Program. And we think about federal programs and what it means to community and the trust or the lack thereof that our government has with our community members, and rightfully so. There is a huge trust factor in our communities around government benefits. one of the things that came up for us, as a community-based internet service provider and just in the realm of community-based work is, okay, I don't know about this. What do you mean I can get free internet? What do you mean you're going to give me $30 a month that's going to cover my whole bill? What's going to happen if this runs out? Am I going to get a bill? Am I being scammed? Am I going to be told that, oh, okay, well, you get this for free. Now you owe us. Now you have to pay monthly. And this was a huge fear. This was something that came up for us in community-based organizations working directly with community is, I don't know about it.
Or you won't, or it'll jeopardize your other services.
Right. Or it'll jeopardize your other benefits. And honestly, I myself, and I know many colleagues, I was nervous. I was nervous to say, trust it. I was nervous to say, sign up for this. Because knowing how things work, we didn't know if it was going to last. We didn't know how long it would last. We knew when the pandemic hit that it was necessary for every person to be connected to the internet. But as a person in community, it was tough. It was tough to say, sign up. It was tough to say, trust it, that this is real. But we did. We all got on board, and we advocated for this affordable connectivity program. We advocated for community members to trust it. And they did, and they trusted us, and they trusted us as community leaders, as community stakeholders. They put their trust in us to sign them up, to protect their personal information in signing them up for this program. And when we got word, the FCC put out word in February, I believe it was, we all got that email that said, Affordable Connectivity Program funds have run out and it will be ending. It will sunset. The last you can sign people up is, I believe it was April 1st, if I remember correctly. And I was, what? How are we going to tell, what are we going to do? What are we going to tell our community members that are now receiving internet, many for the first time in their life? At Project Waves, 50% of the community members we've connected to the internet did not have internet prior to receiving our service, which is free, high-speed internet service. 50%, and then all of the sudden it's gone. How are we going to tell our community members that it's gone? How are we going to tell them that they can no longer access telehealth? They can no longer access jobs. They can no longer access education. They can no longer access their social service benefits or their children or grandchildren, help them with homework online. How are we going to tell them? Because the community members we're working with, at least at Waves, we're talking families that make less than $13,000 per year. And although, many will say, oh, well, there's low-cost internet programs. Our ISPs have these low-cost $10 a month, $20 a month, low-cost internet programs. But for someone making $13,000 a year or less, they cannot afford $10 a month. And not to even talk about, the kind of inequitable speeds that our community members may get or experience with low-cost internet plans at one point in time. So it's been an interesting post-ACP world as far as what do we do? And our community members have been coming to us and saying, I got this letter in the mail. And I got a letter in the mail saying that my ACP is ending. How am I supposed to do? What bill am I going to get now? And I remember reaching out to Dawn actually, and saying, what are we going to do for folks who have, say, Comcast, for instance? And Dawn was so helpful and said, well, this is what's going to happen. These are the steps we have to take. And working alongside with Dawn and with community members to ensure that they're aware of the process that's going to happen, that when they're going to receive that bill, that Maryland State $15 a month was no longer available as well. So at this point, we have distrust again. At this point, we have communities who are no longer connected, or communities who have bills on top of bills that they can't already pay, that can no longer access what they need to access. So to Sam's point around policy, yes, there's hope, but if it does renew, how are we going to tell community members again, hey, trust us again, give us another go. I don't know. I don't know how we're going to rebuild the trust around subsidy, but I know a subsidy has to exist. If it doesn't come from the federal government, where does it come from? Does it come from the state? Does it come from the city? Somebody has to create a subsidy. So I am excited to continue to work together to determine where is the subsidy going to come from, because if we can't rely on the feds, we have to be able to rely hopefully on our city. I don't know if it's the, I don't want to call anyone out here in this room, but yeah, what does that look like? What does the subsidy look like for our community members in the future, I think is where we are at right now.
But did you all see her look directly at me and ask that question? that's a little disrespectful. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. So before you get started, let's put it in its proper context. I'm sorry, you were taking a deep breath because you were about to spit that fire. But the one of the things that we need to make sure that we take into consideration is that you are here representing Comcast Xfinity. Comcast Xfinity is the 900-pound gorilla in this conversation.
He's taking my line.
Oh my! You know what? I'm gonna stop talking. And so tell us. What has Comcast Xfinity been doing since the termination of the ACP?
Well, let me back up and make sure that all of you all know I'm an MSW by training.
What is an MSW?
I've spent a Master in Social Work, so I'm a social worker. Thank you, MSW. Oh, is it a bug? Sorry. And I share that to say that I've spent the bulk of my career working in nonprofit and in government, so I get the trust issue totally. This is my first foray in corporate, and I took this position because I thought I could have impact and could leverage that big gorilla you were talking about to help my community. So you may know how huge we are. We have dozens of political affairs executives that are in Washington, D.C. So we did a lot of work trying to lobby and to continue to advocate for continuing the funding for ACP. So yes, I remain hopeful. But meanwhile, we know that we had to take action. And so what we did at Comcast was we were very proactive with what we called our retention strategy, and to ensure that the sunset of ACP would not have such a huge impact on our customers. So we sent out lots of communication via email. We shared that communication with our partners. By the way, one of the things that Comcast did that maybe we should talk about, how we, stand up another campaign. We helped to fund a campaign, an awareness campaign around ACP. So that's why I'm extra upset that with all that energy that was put into that, all that creativity from the young folks in Baltimore and the help of our partners at the city, that it's now away. But to your point, we do have a very affordable product that's been around that has connected people to the internet for over 11 or 12 years now, called Internet Essentials. We have upgraded the speeds on that. We also have a new product called Now. I don't know if you've heard of Now Internet, Now Television, Now Cable. I don't even know. It's Now Television, the broad where you can get video. And we also have Now Phone service. So that is meant to be a very unrestricted kind of connection to entertainment and internet services. The product is about $20. There's no contracts, no fees, no hidden fees. So that's something else we stood up post-ACP. What else? We were very flexible with billing. So for up to a year after the sunset, we have worked out payment plans. We have not disconnected anyone's service. We transitioned folks over to Internet Essentials, or if they were interested, and I found out today, I actually called our finance department to inquire about our subscriber numbers and whether or not folks had to drop in service speeds. She was able to flag for me that some actually increased. So I don't want to minimize the impact, because it is definitely, even if we just lost 10 subscribers, that's significant to me. But I also want to share that it's sort of an individual case by case, which is something I'm proud. I get very frustrated at times about, sometimes our customer service and how we may immediately sort of look at the bill, the past due bill, but I will say with this, every member of the team was made aware across our country. Everyone that was part of the Internet Essentials Plan, anyone that was part of the ACP program, received preferential treatment. And hopefully, we're still doing a good job keeping them as customers. What I would say going forward is just continuing the partnership with you all. We have regular meetings with the city. We certainly work closely with our partners here at the table, and however, I can continue to leverage our company for good, that's my goal.
Vishnu.
As I'm hearing my colleagues talk about the impacts of ACP, yes, it was definitely very upsetting when the program was ending. But at the same time, the effect that, again, answering to the question that William, brought up, what is the post effect? There's a lot of positive that came out of it. And I want to draw your attention to knowing how time limited ACP was from the time it was started. We all knew that it had a time when it was going to close out. And I think a lot of organizations came together and really, like, everybody was hands-on, down on the ground, hands-on deck, and everybody was doing a lot of, outreach for ACP, no matter what it took at their end. Nobody was thinking, oh, I don't have capacity, we'll do later. Everybody was pulling in. And that has really created this tremendous energy of momentum in digital equity that we would not have had otherwise. I'll be very honest. It was something that was just, digital equity exists, it's seen as a social work, it doesn't have that much of direct impact. But when ACP was coming in and how everybody kind of buckled their seats and jumped on to get people on, the effects are we have tremendous growth in the awareness of digital equity. Right. It's not a foreign word anymore. And I love that portion. And the second is there is trust in community. And the reason I say that is not everything that we have gone has gone down the drain. Right. I still have organizations that reach out to me. Vishnu, do you think that something is going to come up? Have you heard anything that's coming up? Why would people be thinking of this if there was no hope left in them? So it has done a significant good, in the society, not just on personal level, on organization level. And I feel even after the program has ended, we can see that good continue.
Absolutely.
So I just wanted to add that there is a lot of positives also from that post-ACP.
And I want to really anchor into that point. You've heard people talk about the partnerships that exist throughout the day, about how we've all been able to work together. A lot of that did come from the ACP.
And we're still working on it.
And we're still working on it. So, for example, I remember there are several meetings that I used to have with Sam about ACP and how that rollout was supposed to go. If it was not for the ACP and those conversations, I don't know how many times Sam and I would have been able to sit down. One of the reasons that Dawn and I started having regular meetings was because they wanted to make sure the money wasn't funny as we were rolling out the campaign. Wait, I apologize. I forgot where I was for a second. I thought I was just talking to them. I apologize.
Ladies and gentlemen.
But that is one of the things that has happened. So let's again, another audible. Before we open it up to questions, just really quickly, what can we do as partners, as people who are concerned about this issue, and not just about the ACP, but about because the ACP, this was a program to address an issue. The issue is the lack of digital access, the lack of broadband access for people who are in disinvested communities. That's what it is. This is a process to do that. Now that this tool is gone, what else can we be doing? I know the legislative session is coming up. I know there's an election coming up for both the city and the federal. I know that the philanthropic community is in the room. And by the way, the philanthropic community, make sure you know we're going to come and talk to you. Don't try to hide now. Don't do that. We're coming, and we're going to come. We're going to get the bag. We're going to get it. Sorry. Good.
I want to make a point here about Maryland MEBB program. You know, I have organizations come and tell me that, okay, the federal ACP $30 ended, but what's the state doing now? Well, I want to draw your attention that out of 52 states across North America, Maryland was literally the only state, one and only, that was giving that $15.
Let's stop and just think that. Like, that's a very, I want us to pay attention, because sometimes we forget that we do have these types of benefits.
Yes.
Out of the other 51 jurisdictions, no one else stepped up. Maryland did. Sorry.
That's right. And I want to give all the credit to our current director and even our previous directors, you know, who saw that kind of vision, who prioritized affordability for the people in Maryland. You know, just because we don't have anything to offer subsidy now because even our MAB program dried up, that doesn't mean that affordability is not at the center of what the state is thinking about. You know, we were the only state that used ARPA funds that were not actually, you know, dedicated for digital equity, but we used most of our ARPA funds in digital equity. Again, that is something Maryland State was the first one to do. And I had so many other states come up and say, amazing far-sighted vision of your leaders in the state office who thought of utilizing money in this space and in this manner, you know. So I want to at least rest assured people here that this is going to take approach from, I wouldn't say top down, bottom up, whichever side comes through, basically. I recently heard from my colleague that Virginia, there is one county that literally took our model of creating $15 subsidy, and the county on its local basis also created a subsidy. So sometimes you may think in your jurisdiction that, oh, I don't have any power to do anything. You do. Right at the county level, they were able to create subsidy programs like that. So, you know, I look at that as a bottom-down approach. And at the same time, with the legislature sessions coming in and stuff, you know, that would be something to encourage and talk to your representatives to really allocate some funding in this direction.
Looking at the time, we're only going to have one opportunity for one question after our panelists go, so fight amongst yourselves to see who does it.
They have hands up.
Oh, no, I said fight amongst yourselves. I'm paying attention to them. Okay.
I'll just chime in to say that being in a room like this reminds me that when we have a problem, right, the problem being that the subsidy no longer exists, whether it's ACP or MEBBP, which I love the acronym for, I can never say it. I think we also have the opportunity to create solutions in collaborative spaces. And as the interim director at the Baltimore Digital Equity Coalition right now, I can say firmly that the coalition has been a space where a lot of solutions have been iterated and created. And I would encourage all of you, if you're not a member of BDEC, if you haven't come to our meetings, please, now is the time to re-engage, because when we're looking at this through the lens of policy and advocacy, we need your voice. We need, I loved the way that Natalie Burke mentioned earlier, that we don't need you at the table, you are the table. And so if we're talking about the problem, which is we have a broadband affordability gap here in Maryland, how can we solve that? How can we sustain broadband subsidies that go to communities that need them most, first and foremost? And how can we ensure the future of investments that are coming to Maryland now, that are already here, so that we can sustain connectivity? One of the most important pieces of the ACP that we can celebrate is this concept of gain and sustain, right? From 2019 to 2022, we saw a massive increase in adoption of broadband services that are not expressly attributed to ACP enrollment. ACP enrollment kept people online. And that's what we need to ensure, that there's a future where people can remain online regardless of their socioeconomic condition. And that starts with us coming up with solutions. And so I'm going to plug my email address is sam@Digital Equity Baltimore. It's a really easy email address, sam@digitalequitybaltimore.org. Please send me a message and connect with BDEC. Join our conversations. We're standing up an advocacy and public policy subcommittee in preparation for the 2025 legislative session, and we are going to be discussing broadband affordability and solutions to broadband affordability this year. So I welcome everyone to that group, to our convenings, and encourage you all to reach out as part of our table.
And to Sam's point, if you're sitting at a table with two or more other people, I see Todd over there by himself, so this doesn't apply to you. But if you're sitting at a table with two or more other people and you leave without getting their contact information, don't come back next year. I said what I said.
Only you can tell he works for Ken.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you ready for the question?
Oh,
Are you ready for the question?
Oh, no, she was finishing out. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. She was finishing out. Go ahead,
Yeah.
you two, and then we'll go to the question.
I mean, I definitely I want to second the good things, the positives that have come out of the Affordable Connectivity Program. I'm sorry, it's difficult for me to celebrate that, though. It's very difficult to celebrate something that, like a carrot that was dangled in front of community and then taken away. It's difficult to celebrate that. I think as community stakeholders, what has brought us together is our passion for each other, our passion for our community members who lack access and who need access to thrive. But I do also want to highlight, I mentioned somebody stood up earlier who's a digital navigator. I don't know. Oh, yes. So thank you for the work that you're doing. I think the digital navigators in the community are really that liaison, and they are the bridge to community receiving the resources, whether it be the low cost internet plans or otherwise, but really being those folks in the communities, ensuring that our community members know what resources are available, knowing what plans are available, knowing what, if a community member got a phone call, because there's a lot of predatory things happening out here. Even with ACP, when that happened, everyone was signing up folks for ACP, and they were getting paid off of it. And so I appreciate the digital navigators, and I want to uplift different programs such as like Digital Harbor's AmeriCorps program now, where we have 25 new digital navigators coming on board. This is necessary, and it's an investment in the city, and I think that the city needs to continue to invest in, especially post-ACP world, is the digital navigators linking our community members to the necessary resources that they need. But yeah, I just want to uplift and thank the digital navigators that are here, and for us to continue to push the digital navigation model is really the only thing that I feel like benefits our community members who are not at the table.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would just add that Comcast was fortunate enough to support multiple digital navigator programs in Maryland, but also around the country. And we used as a model what we did at Baltimore County Community College to help support the NTIA grant recipients, Coppin here, who's standing up their own digital navigator program. And also shout out to the libraries who have been just a huge partner in all the work. I say, I know you're ready for time.
Yeah, no.
Questions.
We
so
get the one question. She's over here waiting.
Yeah.
She's ready.
Yes, I am. And it's actually your question because it's relevant to the ISPs, because it seems like $30 a month allowed them to make a profit over what they had been charging to, and I know the classification was low income, but they had programs, $10 or $20 a month already for people to be able to get connected. So in light of the fact that they kind of seem like they made a profit in this area, has there been any conversation or efforts to move ACP clients to Internet Essentials, as well as remove the barrier of Internet Essentials requiring you to be low income?
Who are you with?
My name is Monique Tate, and I am with Community Tech New York.
So I'll answer here. I work in the Belt, what we call the Beltway region. I don't know if you heard me say that we made multiple attempts to reach all of our customers that were on ACP and to move them over to Internet Essentials.
No, I didn't hear that part.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Oh,
Thank you.
yeah. And I'm
Thank
happy
you.
to have an offline with you and share more of that. Yeah.
Cool in the gang. Well, thank you.
And the removal of the barrier, so take that one to the table.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. And then I talked about our product called Now, which doesn't require any contracts, no credit checks, none of that. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. We only got time for one call. Don't one question. Don't do that. Don't be disrespectful. You and the thing is, you got my number. Just give me a call. Oh, okay. So you're a grantee, so we gonna let it slide. Go ahead, Dawn. Tell
I
her
will
how
tell
that.
our folks we're not sharing it enough. Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's on the website.
All right. So again.
You did? You saw an ad?
Wait.
Oh, he saw an ad on
He saw an
YouTube.
ad on YouTube. Okay, no. This is starting to get out of hand. You're gonna get me in trouble. Stop. My boss is coming up. Y'all making me look bad. All right. So, one, could you give our panelists a hand? Thank you all very much. And now I have the privilege and honor of turning this over to the woman who brought me here 2 years ago. Oh, this one. Well, you did. No, you did. No, she brought me here too. They were working together at the time. So, Taylor Carter DeSanto.
All right, another round of applause for all of our panels today. All right, so we are getting very close to letting you all go, but we have a surprise for all of you who have lasted this long, and it's better than a $200,000 check, and that's some words from our fearless leader, Kenya Osley.
Be honest, you were thinking she was going to say, look under your seat. This ain't that. All right, so for those who do not know who I am Kenya Osley, the Director of Broadband and Digital Equity for Baltimore City. We are a program of Baltimore City Office of Information Technology, and I gotta tell you, this has been one heck of a day. Thank you all so much for your energy and your time and your commitment to this work. Thank you. Okay, she was not exaggerating. When we saw you last year, we were all conspiring how to get you here. So thank you very much for coming and staying with us all day. I would be remiss if I did not ask for all of the broadband and digital equity staff to please come to the front of the room. We started 2 years ago. It was me. And then 3 weeks later, it was Taylor. Then a month later, it was William. But over time, we have grown our team to include an amazing, our infrastructure, the tall guy, our infrastructure team, and our digital equity fellows. We created a fellowship program. But this event is only possible because this team got support from, please, all Baltimore City information technology employees, come to the front. We are so well supported by the entire agency, and I've got to put them, come on, y'all stop playing. Come on over. Where's Layla? Okay, there we go. This is the army of folks who every year work together to put this event together. We have an amazing team. Please give them an applause. Thank you all so much for your time and your dedication. Please, I would give you the rest of the week off, but I need you this week. So think about next week. Thank you all. Thank you. Okay. They are, I'm to the point now where I just show up and they give me talking points. I don't read them, but it's incredible when I look out and see some of the same faces who were here with us 2 years ago, figuring out what as a city we are going to do. I think that what we heard today, again, to all of our panelists, thank you so much for your energy. Ms. Lil, thank you so much for your energy. But this is a moment in time today. The charge, the action for all of us is to take what we've heard here, apply it in our communities, in our organizations, and keep moving forward. Now, I will tell you, digital equity may not always look the same, right? COVID happened, there was this big light. Everybody says that COVID happened, shined a bright light. It's the first 10 words in most proposals now, grant proposals now. But what happens after? This panel touching it a little bit. What happens after, right? It may not look like or feel like digital equity when you are running a housing program and your participants can't get access to the resources. What you're thinking is we need more computers, but that's a digital equity issue, right? It may not look like or feel like digital equity when we've all heard about students, K through 12, who can't get on, but what if you are 52 and you are in a training program and you can't log on? That's a digital equity issue. So it looks differently in different places, right? I was talking to Gary from Franz Merrick a few minutes ago, and we've heard some of our speakers also talk about what it's like to have older adults in our lives that we're helping to bridge the gap. So I had the most incredible conversation with two octogenarians. The wife said to me, I switched from PC to iPad because on an iPad, it does not allow me to do all this stuff. I don't get pop-ups. I don't get this. I'm like, oh, wait a second. I immediately sent a message. Oh, I do stress my team out. I immediately sent a message to my team saying, should we consider buying iPads instead of tablets for our senior centers? Then I talked to my son. Now, I want the technologist in the room to tell me yes or no. I talked to my son who's in IT, and he said, Mom, iPads come with higher security settings when you purchase the device. But PCs can do the same thing if you increase the security. Oh, the technologists are nodding yes. Okay. But I only got that information because I was willing to have a conversation with two octogenarians who also told me, if you ever wonder why it is that older adults, especially older adults who worked on an assembly line at some point, get nervous about technology. The husband now said to me, keep in mind, if you worked on an assembly line, what you know about technology is that one mistake on that assembly line will throw a glitch in the matrix. The buzzer goes off, everybody stops. That has been there for some older adults, that's been the extent of their experience with technology. So, and I've seen this, when you see folks get nervous, especially older adults, get nervous about their technology, they think, this is like every other piece of equipment I've ever encountered. I can break it from one false move. So we have to be I'm telling y'all, octogenarians changed my life. But you have to be very thoughtful. You have to be willing to have the real conversations. You have to be thoughtful about your vocabulary. When we talk about community engagement, it isn't just going into the community or to a community meeting. You have to allow yourself to be in the room. And I agree, it's their table. You have to be able to do that. So moving forward, you all, I think, for those who were paying attention, and I think all of you are who wasn't paying attention. And no hand, oh, look, there we go. Okay, good. So for those who are paying attention, I think what we heard today is, number one, a lot of work has already been done. I personally have been working the crap out of this room today, right? We have to continue to talk. I heard Chrissy say that there has been a change in the trust with government. Here's what I think. I think when I go to neighborhood associations or community meetings, and the first thing they ask me is, do you know William Honolulu? Then I know, right? I know that my team, at least Baltimore City's team, has been in the neighborhood. And when William says, because William is a straight shooter, if you have not already gathered that, when William says, here is the situation, folks actually listen. In my years of community organizing, the one thing I am so proud of is that I was able to build community trust. So for a government entity, we were very thoughtful in who we hired. It's very important that we, number one, could be trusted allies to, at the very minimum, all of our partners. And you all, honestly, we're government. We can't do this without you. One more time. We cannot do this work without each and every one of our partners. This is the ecosystem. So your homework moving forward, and I will check your homework. Your homework moving forward, I'll reiterate what William said. Get to know at least 2 more people in this room if you haven't already. Let's thank Coppin for that amazing lunch. I do know folks who only came for the lunch. They happen to be Coppin employees. So that's number 2. Number 2 was to thank Coppin. Number 3 is be prepared. Because as state office, we have great relationships with the state. I think all of you do. If you don't, Ronnie, raise your hand. Get to know the state. Vishnu, you just met Vishnu. Get to know where did he go? Somebody else from your team. Oh, there he is. Onama, raise your hand. Make sure you get to know who these partners are. In our experience, they have been, again, straight shooters, willing to work with you. When someone from my team calls, number 3 on your list of homework, when we email, if I send you a fax, who still has the fax machine? If I send you a fax, I need you to respond. Because I promise you, what I'm calling you for is to give you some information, to share some resources, to get your feedback. So as a city, we work together to close the digital divide in Baltimore City. Because again, we can't do it alone. I want to thank you all for your time. Have a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful day. Peace, love, and hair, Oh, wait. Did I thank my boss? I thank my boss? My bad.